fire up. Got it. There we go. You guys should all see a live stream link on there.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. There we go. There's what Faith needs. Okay. And now send this over to Faith. Gonna hit record here and we're ready to roll. All right, got that sorted out. Can you guys hear me okay? Why can't I hear any of you? Oh, because you're all muted now.
I do hear you.
Okay. I don't know why Zoom gives me such a headache. Am I the only one that deals with Zoom?
Dan seems to not.
I've had some strange Zoom things lately.
I don't know why that is. He claims it's because he uses a PC and I use a Mac, but I think I've got it covered now. All right, let's see here. Go. And now we are live now, and we are live on Zoom. John, you were asking about the investors, so they'll plug in live on Zoom or jump in the Zoom room. So we'll see how that all goes and answer questions there. But everyone can hear me loud and clear, okay? Okay, thumbs up from everybody. Faith, you got my link that I sent you to broadcast out that YouTube link as well? Okay, I'm trying to hit that on social media. Very good. All right, everybody, well, welcome and thank you for your patience and graciousness with setting up the tech here. Sorry that failed me early this morning, but needless to say, so super excited about today and what we're kicking off here. We've got some amazing presenters if you're going to be listening to this recording or joining in live, and just excited to kick off the year. You know, there's been a lot of ups and downs over the last, I'll say even 2 years. I mean, by a show of hands, have you seen it over the last 2 years? Like coming off the heels of COVID, we saw some spikes, then some dips. Investors got clobbered this past year. So things are really nervous and tight, but huge money tranches sitting on the sidelines. And that's what we're after today, is attracting these investors that are plugging in and watching this. They're looking for bright entrepreneurs with great ideas, and I know we've got a great collection of them. So with that being said, I want to go over a couple of housekeeping rules. So, you know, keep the language clean. There are ladies on here. Certainly, we want to make sure that we're a cut above anybody else. You know, it was funny one time, an investor had told me, he said, yeah, the only reason why I'm concerned about investing with that guy is because of his language. And I was like, my gosh, you curse like a sailor. And he's like, yeah, but I don't own the company. I don't have to worry about that. I don't want someone complaining or some young lady saying she felt like it was a hostile environment or anything like that. So anyway, food for thought. Everybody thinks about that. You can't say anything more effectively, in my opinion, when you're using poor language. But let's just be cognizant about that. Also, what I want to remind you of is, you know, this isn't a place for political rants or anything like that. Listen, I pray for everybody that's in that presidential seat. They've got a tough job. I would never want it. Of course, we all have our flavors of political interests and things of that nature. This isn't the place for that. But I'm just excited about what the economy outlook is going to look like after we hit a little bit of a dip that we're seeing here. How fast can we recover? But the long and the short of it, from the conversations that I'm having, is that investors are looking for 3 to 5 year tuck and rolls, and they could potentially do that with your company. So let's keep that in mind, staying positive regardless of what the economy is doing. That doesn't mean it's going to impact your company in a way that it would a publicly traded stock. So keep that all in mind as well. And for the investors that are plugging in, let me just share with you who we are, what we do, and what we're not. My background on Wall Street dates back to the 90s, where I used to work with investment banks and broker dealers. And the firm I was working for at the time, I had the largest book of the most sophisticated investors at the firm, the largest money under management. And I did a lot of what are called PIPE transactions. Those are private investments in public equity, reverse mergers, the fancy schmancy stuff that got private companies funded and that the investors really liked. Well, when the planes hit the towers, everything changed. It changed for everybody, and the firm I was working for at the time went out of business. So really, FEP Collaborative turned into what it is today, born out of that situation, because all of my clients were saying, what in the world are we going to do now? You have all these private companies that I invested in, and I have no idea even how to get in touch with anybody. I trusted you. So I became the go-between of information flow and everything else, and I was able to teach those startup founders how to deliver in a very succinct way the good, the bad, and the ugly, so that investors would acquiesce and invest again. And it turned into the practice that we have today, where we have tens of thousands of sophisticated investors plugged into us. Certainly a group of those will be watching either this recording or watching live. So excited to see my email lighting up over the next week or so, because back in December, they were saying, contact me in mid-January into February, where we're cleaning up some things and we're going to be ready to invest here. So this is an exciting time. This is an exciting time. And I want to emphasize the fact that investors are seeing SPVs, right, come across their desk. And if you're familiar with an SPV, you know that's an entity where you can get these sophisticated investors in there and invest in your company. And that's what we do. We syndicate those SPVs. So excited to showcase all the ones that are coming up. And before we do, we're going to do a couple of things that I love to do first, which is number one, honor this country. And number two, honor God. I happen to be a Christian. I love God. I love this country. I'm a man of faith. I believe in country. And whoever's running it, they've got a difficult job, and I'm always praying for them. That's my perspective on that. I don't bash anybody at all. As I was mentioning earlier, I'm what you call a staunch Republican. You know, I don't believe, anything from either side. It's difficult on either one of the party lines, and certainly the day and age that we live in now. But Dan, if you wouldn't mind terribly sharing your screen, I'll start off saying I pledge allegiance, and then you guys will continue. So here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, thanks for that, Dan. Well, if you guys wouldn't mind just either agreeing with me in prayer or just honoring and respecting this time that I just want to set before God, and pray for each and every one of you for those butterflies that you always get, because nervousness means you care, right? It doesn't mean that you're a fool or anything like that. I think you'd be a fool if you're not nervous. So let me just go ahead and pray for you guys. Heavenly Father, I'm so thankful for this group of people, this amazing collective that we have, the honor that I have to serve these folks, Lord God. I ask that you bless each and every one of them, that you would touch them, Lord, that you would elevate the standard of what they're presenting, Lord God, that the investors that are plugging in would see this opportunity, and Lord, that they would pick these companies, maybe even several of them, adding them into their portfolios. But Father, I'm grateful. I ask that you bless each and every one of these people. You make provision in their households. You make provisions for their companies, Lord God. You would bless and protect them and have your way in their lives. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right. Well, I am excited to bring up our first presenter. Dan, let me know, who do we got first up on here?
Kim's up first.
Kim Langdon. All right. Well, let me share a little bit about Kim. Kim, from the first day I met her, and Dan, you can go ahead and spotlight her. She impressed my socks off. And Kim, if you wouldn't mind terribly unmuting, I've got just a couple of questions before we go ahead and get started. One main one. Dan, are you able to spotlight her? Maybe I'm not seeing it.
I need to be set as co-host.
Oh, let me fix that. I'm always doing something wrong here. It's a good thing we've got Dan here. For some reason, it's not letting me do it, Dan. Let me try that again. There you are. More. There you go. Does it work now? Oh, I didn't hit the other button. Okay. We're good. Okay, let's spotlight Kim.
There we go.
All righty. So, Kim, I loved what you were presenting right from the start. You impressed me immediately. And what I'd love is just so the investor audience can understand, how in the world did you come across this? This sort of just stumbled across your desk, and you refined it and turned it what it is today. So why don't you go and explain that to the investors?
Well, I didn't start out to be an inventor. I'm an OBGYN by training. I'm the founder of Coologix, and it turns out that you can utilize a cooling technology to cure infections faster and more effectively than you can with drugs. But I didn't know this. So one night when I was having a difficulty and had no drugs on hand, I decided to make something at home. And it turned out that the little device I fashioned ended up curing my yeast infection without the need for drugs. We always told our patients, or I always told my patients when they had one of these terrible infections, that the drugs didn't work very well, and they certainly didn't work very fast. So I would tell them to use, a cold pack on the area just to relieve symptoms. And so that was what I was deciding to do. But I had no idea that it would also simultaneously cure the infection outright, which, I'll go into more details when I do my presentation.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and kick things off. Everybody, would you welcome Kim Langdon here and give her a round of applause? So proud of you, Kim. Excited for this. Go ahead, take it away.
All righty. So, so I'm an OBGYN, been practiced for 19 years. Then I founded Coologix. It's the first drug-free, faster, and more effective cure for topical infections. Primarily today, we'll be talking about yeast infections, which are known as fungal infections. There we go. They're not fun. They're pure hell. Most women will tell you all about them. They're very common. 75% of women will get one in their lifetime, and 34% will get them repetitively, which generally means 4 or more a year. And women are very familiar with the symptoms, so they often self-diagnose and self-treat. So we're addressing this totally different. There are no devices on the market that treat yeast infections, and we have 4 major improvements over drugs. First of all, we're faster, we're more effective cure, we provide immediate symptom relief, and of course, we're drug-free and chemical-free. So this is kind of a complicated pictorial of how it works, but basically yeast, or Candida is the species, live harmlessly on our skin, in our intestines, mouth, and whatnot. And when they are aggravated by their environment, such as heat or a pH change, they morph into what's called hyphae, and hyphae act like roots and invade the tissue. And where you see little PMNs are the immune response to this invasion of the tissue. And those neutrophils come out in force and cause all the symptoms of itching, burning, swelling, and pain. And then that contributes to biofilms. And biofilms are nasty reasons why infections don't go away fast and why they recur. Turns out if you cool the area down to 86 degrees or below, you can turn those hyphae, the bad form, back to the bud, and that restores the healthy microbiome. So what's the market opportunity? Well, the drugs in the United States constitute a $1.3 billion market. So the serviceable addressable market is $1.3 billion. That includes the 2 types. There's a prescription market of oral and topicals, and there's an over-the-counter. As you can see from this slide, they don't work very well. Their efficacy is waning because of the drug resistance problem. This little Candida species is very clever and has eluded getting killed by many of the antifungal drugs out there. So the symptoms often worsen before they get better, especially with the topical creams. This is how 4,000 women plus have rated Monistat, which is the leading over-the-counter cream, mostly saying, don't ever use this. My symptoms got worse. This is horrible. How did this get on the market? You name it. They had bad words for it. So how do we address this problem? Well, it turns out we're better in almost every way from a drug. We are more effective. We're approaching 100% by our human studies. We're fast. Within minutes, you will experience symptom relief. There's no chemicals. We think we're going to be able to treat multiple species. I won't go into that now. We don't add to the drug resistance problem. We restore the microbiome and the pH. We stop all the inflammation because we know cold does that. We don't add any skin irritants. There's no drug interactions because there's nothing to interact with. So it's really easy for women to use this device. I can show a little one up here. You can see it there. They're just little tampon devices that you put in your freezer for about an hour, take it out, insert it for 20 to 30 minutes, remove it, discard it. And basically after twice daily use for 2 days, you will be cured and will not require any additional therapy. Now, I took out some slides because they were very scientific oriented, but here's a summary of the science. First of all, we have microbiological proof that this works. All right, there's the 4 mechanisms. We've proven the first 2, and we expect to show the last 2 can be proven with bench testing. We have 2 mouse studies that were done at LSU by the PhDs who are experts in this field, and it confirmed the mechanism of action with high efficacy because the p-values were very low. Then we had 2 small clinical trials, 2 different OBGYNs and different areas decided. One was a IRB approved study, the other was investigator initiated, but we had 10 out of 10 cures for yeast infections. We also showed that we were able to treat bacterial vaginosis, which is slightly more common than yeast infections. And so overall, we had 27 cures, human cures for this condition, along with bacterial forms of vaginitis. We have 2 patents and more pending. We have a device design patent and a method or utility patent and the utility patent covers both yeast infections and bacterial infections. So that's 90% of the vaginitis market. We've already talked to the FDA a couple of times. They're very keen on Coologics. They have referred us for breakthrough designation. They recognize this is a low risk device. And if we get the breakthrough designation, which we meet criteria, we will, we'll get more access to the FDA, one-on-one consultations with them. And we kind of will go through the process more quickly because we will move to the top of the line. So our first market strategy is to go through the physician pipeline. That's important because no matter what we do, whether we go OTC or prescription first, we have to educate the doctors, and the doctors will love this. I had one doctor say to me, this is going to become the standard of care. So they'll like the fact that it's had a clinical trial, which we'll complete before we apply for the FDA approval. They'll like that. They understand the antifungal drug problem, and they understand that that's not getting better. And currently they're sort of stuck with prescribing drugs because none of the over-the-counter creams work very well. And so most of the recurrent sufferers are already seeing their doctors multiple times a year. So they'll love having something that not only cures the problem better, but also treats the symptoms. And based on that sort of scenario, starting with the prescription market, we plan to do a regional launch. And we'll be cash flow break even by year 2, quarter 1. And that would be after funding. So year 1 starts 1 year after funding. We expect to get through the clinical trial and FDA within 12 months and get that approval process completed. Let's see here. These are numbers that just show how profitable we will be. And my next slide is basically sort of looks at the timeline and the use of funds. We are seeking $3 million in a convertible note, and we expect to start the clinical trial within 3 months of funding. That should be over in 6 months. And because we will get breakthrough designation, we expect that we will have FDA approval by the end of the year 1 of after funding. All right, so that's pre-launch, pre-commercialization. What you should know is that here's some comparables. Here's a couple of companies that sold. One was an obstetric device, one was an incontinence device. So here's 2 OBGYN devices that exited after FDA approval for between 205 and 240 million. Of course, if we don't exit then, we will build a team well, we have a team and we'll build a bigger team to launch. That would be people like me. Then Mark Folman is our he's our manufacturing expert. We have a clinical trial expert as our chief medical officer, and then a PhD regulatory officer as well. She's been with me working on talking to the FDA, and she's fabulous. She's gotten many devices through the process. She doesn't see any problem with this one once we are funded. And then our IP co-founder has been very important. We will work on the intellectual property. We just had another office action, and it looks like we're going to be able to say not only do we treat yeast infections, but that we cure them. So then, of course, we have access to distribution and more of a human capital. That would be something we would be doing towards the end of our first year. We would be building out our team, looking for a CEO and key, people to help us launch this, should we not exit after FDA approval. So in summary, we're seeking $3 million. We want to get going on this. The IP is good until 2034, but we still feel like the sooner the better. I've de-risked this opportunity as much as I can. I've paid for all of this out of my pocket and have had some help along the way with my IP attorney and ex-husband, but it's a huge category. We're covering 90% of the bacterial vaginitis market worldwide. That's a $20 billion market. In the US, it's over $2 billion. And so that's why we think this is an excellent opportunity to get in on the ground floor, because we might just exit after FDA approval. And that's that.
Great job, Kim. Great job, Kim. Give her a round of applause. That was awesome. Kim, if you can stop sharing your screen. Perfect. There we go. What I wanted to ask you, because, or point out, in my career, investors get nervous when they hear FDA, right? And I want you to sort of explain to the audience that maybe just stepped in when you were presenting. So with this FDA approval, you're looking to get this fast tracked. And if you can explain what that designation is and the differentiators between other products or even drugs that I've seen investors say, man, I poured a lot of money into a company, never got FDA approval, lost my shirt on that one. So can you explain what that's like and the differentiators there?
Yeah, well, a medical device is completely different. It's a completely different division of the FDA. They divide drugs. Approval process has to go primarily through 4 phases. As a medical device, we only have to do a definitive clinical trial. What the FDA cares about, as do doctors and patients, is it effective and is it safe? Well, this is safer than a tampon. This is safer than a menstrual cup. It's safer than most devices that go into the vagina. So the key is safety and efficacy. We've shown that we're going to be efficacious. Even if we're only 50% efficacious, which we aren't, we're going to be closer to 90. It will get approval. I mean, there are no safety issues. We just do the bench test that they ask and, determine that it's tissue compatible, but there are no safety issues. There are no drug interactions. There are no adverse effects. And once we prove that, then they basically will have no choice. And especially since they've already decided that we meet criteria for breakthrough designation, they realize this will probably be the first, maybe second device of all time that ever treated and cured an infection.
That's absolutely amazing. And I think that phrase there, breakthrough designation, is really the differentiator, right? So you're not going to have a company that has maybe a drug that treats yeast infection get a breakthrough designation, correct?
Correct, because we all know that. I mean, that's what we've grown up with. Everybody thinks drugs are great. So nobody focuses on devices. But when drugs are failing, the drug resistance problem is huge for immunocompromised people. I mean, people who are on steroids or take chemotherapy, they die 40% of the time if they get a fungal blood infection. And that's primarily because of the drugs on the market. So this will be great all around. It won't add to that problem, hopefully minimize the problem getting worse.
And, the other thing I wanted to touch on is, I know you have some statistics or data around this, how this impacts the workplace when women have a yeast infection. You might have anywhere from an assistant receptionist all the way to an attorney that is working at a firm, and it's very uncomfortable wearing nylons, having to deal with all that. And God forbid in the summer months, can you explain the amount of money that is lost when women in the workplace?
It's a huge expense to the healthcare system for such a nuisance problem. By the time you go see your doctor, let's say you tried an over-the-counter product, so you've thrown away 30, 40 bucks there and it didn't work. Then you have to go to the doctor, take time off work, get an exam, get a test done, get a prescription, go to the pharmacy. I mean, I've known women who call off work for these. I mean, they're not easy to deal with. It's not just some little irritation. It's a full-blown terrible itch, terrible pain, and terrible swelling, but it's very costly. I had a private insurer or an employer-based insurer, the guy that ran the program said, you know, I would love to carry this product because if one patient goes to the emergency room for a failed over-the-counter therapy, it's going to cost me $2,000 for that ER visit. So,
wow, that's incredible. And, you know, one of the things we talked about as well, let's talk about women on the battlefield. And what's prevalent right now is, you know, in areas where it can be very hot, very humid, wearing all that gear. They're out in an area where they've set up a base. How easy is it for them to either get meds or anything like that, where a device like this, they can have that deployed and all they need to do is cool it? Can you speak to that a little bit?
well, yeah, because even the oral fluconazole, which is now generic, still doesn't work for symptom relief for a couple of days. All right. So until you're healed, you just get worse and worse and worse. There's just more inflammation and there's nothing you can do about it. The creams, if you have to be upright after you place a cream in, it's just going to pour out and inflame the nerves even worse. So these women must be miserable. I can't even imagine being in combat gear and getting one of these. So this would take care of their symptoms immediately. We literally think it's probably only going to take 2 uses separated by 12 hours, maybe even 1 use altogether, based on some anecdotal information we have. But we're going to determine that in the clinical trial, determine exactly how many times you need to use it. Is it 1 time? Is it 2 times? Is it 3 times?
That is so exciting. Would you help me just give her a warm reception for that presentation? This is absolutely remarkable. Way to kick things off. Thank you so much, Kim Langdon. That was awesome. Great job. All right. Up next, Dan, if you can spotlight John Bird, please. Hey, John, how are you this morning?
Doing great, Izzy. Thanks for having me.
How's the weather out in California?
It's beautiful, like every day in San Diego is like sunny and warm.
Yeah, don't tease me too much. I woke up to 22 degrees here, ice on the driveway, but it is what it is in Colorado. Who knows? Maybe we'll get all 4 seasons like we often do in Colorado this week. We'll see. But John, you've developed something that I'm using myself. 2 things, Wonder Spray and lisinopril. Lysolin, lisinopril. I started speaking about the drug that I used to take. I've given up these drugs. I'm not even taking them anymore. And I'm not saying, let me just put some coverage on my words out there. I'm not telling you to stop taking your pre-diabetes or diabetes drugs or anything like. I'm just telling you my experience and what's worked for me. I have been taking this just once a day, Lysolin, putting that in some water. It's got sort of like a lemony taste to it. It doesn't taste bad at all. Drink that down. What I started noticing, though, there it is. What I started noticing, and I'm excited because typically I kick off the year with a physical and everything else. I'm excited to see what my A1C levels are. I'm assuming they're lower because I feel great. I feel great. I've lost weight as well. I don't know what that does for the synergy of weight loss. You can speak to that in a little bit, but everyone started asking me, what have you been doing? I haven't, all I'm doing is drinking a little bit of this. So, but anyway, without further ado, would you help me welcome John Bird, with Lysolin, and you'll talk about Wonder Spray as well. And I'll chime in with that, what I do with my wrestlers. Go ahead, John. You're on.
Okay, let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay, well, I'm very happy to be here and to tell everybody about Lysolin. I have two companies and two products that we're going to discuss a little bit today. The first one I want to talk about is Lysolin, and the name of the company is Lysolin Incorporated, and we're basically a health and wellness company. And Lysolin is a great product for people with type 2 diabetes and pre-diabetes primarily. And we've had to adjust our label so that we don't say that on the label anymore. We now say blood sugar support. And we have capsules, tablets, powder, and also weight loss shakes, meal replacement shakes that contain Lysolin. And unfortunately, diabetes is a massive and growing market, with Lysolin being clinically proven in published clinical studies. We have 7 issued patents. We're selling primarily through social networking, but we've recently signed up CVS and Walmart in the United States, and we're also signing up international distributors. And we've got an experienced team that's been involved in startups and in the nutritional supplement industry. That's shown on this slide. Actually, my claim to fame is I was founder and CEO of Dexcom. I started that in 2000 with a $1 million investment, and the company had $1 million market cap. So in 2005, the company went public for $500 million, and it's now valued at over $40 billion, and it's helping over 2 million people worldwide to help them manage their diabetes. It's a great product and a great company. Michael Walsh is my chairman. He's had a lot of experience with startups and success in starting them and getting them acquired. Mike Bizart and I have been working together at several companies for, 30 years. And then our consultants that we use on the marketing side, John Haslund, Juliet, have been involved in nutritional startups, and our Amazon consultants is Ricardo Ferrari that manages that. So Lysolin is an effective novel solution to the diabetes problem. It contains 3 natural ingredients, lysine, zinc, and vitamin C. And the reason it works is because of glucose toxicity. Without Lysolin, glucose is a chemical reaction with all of your proteins in your eyes, your nerve endings, your kidneys, your blood vessels, and you glycate the protein, and a glycated protein doesn't work properly. When Lysolin is present, you basically form glycated lysine, which is extracted in the urine. It goes out in the urine, so it gets like a sponge. It soaks up excess glucose. Here's a result from one of our published clinical studies. Basically, it showed that Lysolin reduced the conversion from pre-diabetes to type 2 diabetes. It improved insulin resistance and lowered A1C. And in this study, also helped lower lipids, improve lipids. We've recently launched a great tasting shake where it promises weight loss and also diabetes management. Once a day shake. Let's see here. So again, our value proposition lowers A1C, clinically studied and proven, all natural. It's easy to get over the counter without a prescription. It's only $1 a day. And we also sell an A1C home test, which you can use with our product to prove that it's working for you. Lysolin works for the majority of users who use it. And you can know that in as little as a month by using this A1C test. So we, up until recently, have focused on social networking, but I'm very happy that we now have retail channels at CVS, Walmart, and we're about to sign up Walgreens. So, and we also have some international distribution that's coming up. A lot of milestones since we started the company. We actually started in 2018, and we now have several different forms of the product. selling it now in Walmart and CVS. Clinical studies prove that it works. And we got a nice animal study that shows that it helps improve diabetes symptoms, and 7 patents. And I've funded the company with my money from Dexcom, but that money doesn't last forever. So I'm hoping Izzy can help me find investors to help fund the company to profitability. So here's the projections. So in the first year after funding, we believe we're going to do about 3 million, and the next year about 5 million, and then going to 7, and then 20, and year 5 it should be more than 22 million. But we're going to get to profitability the sooner the better. I'm eager to get to cash flow positivity. So we're seeking like 2 to 5 million in this SPV that Izzy has put together, and use of the proceeds is primarily in sales and marketing. Got inventory to buy, and then we need working capital to pay attorneys and the like. So in 3 years, we'll be selling over 7 million. We'll be profitable, and that's the Leishman story. So
now, speaking a little bit to Wonder Spray, Wonder Spray and what you've done with Lysolin is remarkable. And I remember when you first came to me, you talked to me about Wonder Spray, and we were talking about COVID at first and how it kills COVID. It's FDA approved, by the way, to kill COVID. And I was like, well, I don't know. I think people are kind of over COVID. They can get the shot if they want, if not, whatever. But I think that's just kind of over, and it's starting to dissipate and fade away. And how wrong I was, because I didn't realize everything else that Wonder Spray did. And John had sent me some samples of Lysolin and Wonder Spray. So as many of you know, I have kids that all do football, wrestling, and lacrosse. And if you wear those football pads in the heat, and lacrosse pads in the heat as well, even wrestling, there's some other things. I'll talk about that in just a second. But with just those pads that they were wearing, they were getting chest and back acne. And I said, try this stuff and see how it works. So almost immediately, it started working where they weren't so itchy with this. So I don't know what it was killing or doing there. My little daughter was just goofing off, wrestling with my youngest son on the wrestling mat, and she ended up getting impetigo at a wrestling tournament. And I sprayed this stuff on there. Now, I've had impetigo run through my wrestlers before, and no exaggeration, that thing spreads like wildfire. My son looked like a leopard when he had gotten it. It started near his ear, and it went all the way around the top of his face and onto his scalp. And it was very, very difficult to get control of. It took weeks, and he couldn't wrestle. Wonder Spray, I sprayed that on there. I used it for a few days. Nothing changed, and I said, I don't feel like it's going away, so let me just take her into the urgent care. Doctor says that's impetigo, and what he was shocked about, he's like, shocked it didn't spray. What have you been doing? Whatever you've been doing has really helped control it. And it was a Wonder Spray. So anyway, I don't want to take up all your time here, John, but what I am excited about is I've used your products, and they work. And you've got an audience out there from, the razor bumps to the wrestling world that's out there where you spray this stuff on the mat. I use it when we get blood time is what it's called. So bloody nose is on the mat. I spray that on there, wipe it up. It all works great. Everybody loves it because it doesn't stink. It actually has a nice fresh smell to it. So I'm probably stealing a lot of your thunder here, John, but if you wouldn't mind sharing on Wonder Spray, go ahead.
no, actually, I just got on the screen here. It's an amazing product. I mean, I got interested in it initially for diabetes because it helps with wound healing. And people with diabetes have wounds on their feet, especially, that don't heal properly and can lead to gangrene and amputations and things. And Wonder Spray will kill whatever is growing in that wound, disallowing it to heal. And So I got interested for the wound healing aspect, but then I discovered there's so many uses for Wonder Spray. In addition to a disinfectant, it's also good for allergy symptoms and any kind of irritation. And if you have a sore throat, you can just spray it in your throat. It'll immediately feel better. So you get pain relief immediately, and it will kill whatever's trying to make you sick. The active ingredient is what your white blood cells use to kill all germs, bacteria, virus, yeast, mold, and fungus. So it's just amazing how many uses it has. And it's also a great deodorant. If something smells bad, like in your gym bag or whatever, your shoes, you can just spray it in there and it will make that smell vanish, because if something smells, it's because there's bacteria growing there. So anyway, that's kind of a Reader's Digest version of Wonder Spray. And we sell it in 2-ounce and 8-ounce bottles. It's, again, inexpensive, $15 and $25. And once you have it, you'll wonder how you ever got along before you had it. And Izzy, you're a great poster child for both products, and I'm so happy that they work so well for you.
Well, it's absolutely true. And as you know, I've sent that over to my brother, who unfortunately he goes to dialysis Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. He had gotten a cut and had this sore on his foot. You saw it, John. You sent them over the samples. He started spraying Wonder Spray on there against doctor's orders because they wanted to keep it dry. And again, I'm not saying, you know, avoid what your doctor's saying. I'm just telling you my story and my brother's story. And he's more, my brother is more wanting to see things done naturally. And they were absolutely astonished. They said, where you're at with neuropathy and how you can't feel anything, we're just shocked that you're getting the kind of results. And they said from their treatment in wound care. And my brother was sort of giggling like, well, I'm also spraying this stuff on here. So, but they were shocked with how well he responded to treatment. And my goodness, I give glory to God, of course, but I'm so thankful that I discovered Wonder Spray through you, John. And we've been using it in our household for everything that you just mentioned, as well as, you know, with my brother. I wish I had a before and after picture. I wouldn't want to gross out the audience, though, but he literally had a hole in his foot. You saw the picture, John, and you were very familiar with that and wound, and said, get him on this stuff right away. And it worked. So
I wish I'd have known your brother 4 years ago when he could have tried Leishman and maybe wouldn't be on dialysis. But
yeah.
That's the way it goes. So
well, he's right now on a weight loss journey. They said if he can lose, I think he's got to lose 50 pounds. And he will be up for a, what is it called? The gastro bypass, so he can lose even more weight. And then he said his doctor said he'd be a candidate for a kidney transplant, because he's only 57 years old. He's only 57 years old. He's young. Okay. Anything else you want to share on Wonder Spray here, John, before I pass it over to our next presenter?
No, I think this covers it. It's just an amazing product. I hope, happy to send samples. If anybody wants samples, I put my contact information in the chat box. Get a hold of me, and I'll be happy to send you samples of both Leishman and Wonder Spray. So
thank you so much for that, John. That's incredibly big of you and super gracious. And yes, I love our group, hence the name of the company, FEP Collaborative. We all collaborate with one another. We connect on social media, connect with these people. Reach out to John if you know somebody that could use this product, or maybe even yourself. But excited for that and excited to get this capitalized, because the world needs to have it. So great job, John. Give him a round of applause. And we're going to bring up to the stage here next. Let's go ahead and spotlight Tom Allen. There he is.
Hey, Izzy,
Tom
how you doing?
From Opango. How we doing, Tom?
Doing great, doing great.
Why don't you go ahead and make me jealous as well, because I know you're down in South Texas there. So tell me what your weather is like. Something tells me you weren't out salting your driveway this morning. The problem I have is my driveway is north facing. And then what ends up happening is it starts to melt all the ice and the snow, and then it refreezes. So we're always dealing with this.
So we had some snow the other day, and it snowed for a few hours, and the next morning it was all clear. So there you go. And it didn't even get
Courses
below
are
30
open by
degrees.
you.
Do what?
I said the golf courses are open by you, huh?
Oh yeah, it's kind of amazing. Usually here in Dallas, you get one day of really hard snow, maybe a day of ice, and then the next day it's like fall and it all melts and it's all gone.
Unbelievable.
It is
Well,
pretty
Tom,
unbelievable.
you've done something remarkable in the vertical of LSM platform or LMS platforms rather. And with learning management software, what has changed over the years is people having to gather, right, and go to these big events. And coming off the heels of COVID, even though you were developing this before then, now you're really starting to see tremendous interest from all different types of companies saying we need to figure out a way where we don't have to gather together. In fact, lots of companies, what they're doing is they're just having everybody work remotely, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
your company facilitates that. Without further ado, help me welcome Tom Allen from Opango. Take it away, Tom.
All right. Okay, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So hang on a second here. Well, Izzy, I really appreciate that warm welcome there. And just so everybody knows a little about me, I've been in small, medium, and large companies, primarily in the C-suite, managing engineering, product management, or a business unit. Delivered telco quality products to the global markets and every time zone on both sides of the equator. And I used to just be an absolute road warrior. So I've been there, done that. Joined two companies that started out as a gleam in the founder's eye, and we exited them out the other end. Also, I'm an aviation enthusiast. And so Opango was really born out of the idea of, I'm a lifelong love of aviation and a fascination with technology. And I wanted to figure out how to blend those two together to make a market. So we identified an opportunity to help make the world safer by providing the industry with an e-learning platform to help educate and certify pilots, and also to make better flight instructors. And I started flying with my dad when I was about 5 years old, and I'm one of the few people, maybe the only one you'll ever meet, who's actually circled the Statue of Liberty in my own airplane. So what we realized that also is that other associations and small business often need to train and certify thousands of geographically dispersed members and partners without the resources to manage an LMS. So we claim that we make LMS simple. Now you can Google an LMS for aviation, but the difference between what we do is that we actually manage the LMS for them. We really do everything from soup to nuts, and we're really the outsourced e-learning department for them. So I met Greg Brown at the Helicopter Association out in Las Vegas. He was very frustrated that he had an emergency and the current provider only guaranteed a 7-day turnaround via email. I gave him my business card and said, call me anytime. Well, he did. He called me 3 times, and then he invited me to Alexandria, Virginia for a day trip to meet the executive team. And honestly, I think they were a little surprised to see an LMS provider actually in the room with them, because most of them you just can't actually even get them on the phone. And so we took that business away from one of the largest LMS providers in the world. Now, if you ask Greg Brown, he'll say, look, I'm really good at helicopter operations, and I think he is. But I don't know content delivery over the web. If you look at the National Association of Flight Instructors, what they have an all-volunteer staff, and all these people are full-time corporate pilots, and so they're on the road all the time, and so they need help with putting the content together and actually managing the LMS. And in pilot safety, he's a solopreneur, but he's also a highly sought-after speaker trainer. So our most recent project was with the Helicopter Association, a product called 56 Seconds to Live. And if anybody knows about helicopters, they really need to improve the safety record of helicopter operations through better decision. And turns out if you're in a helicopter after that last bad decision, your lifespan is about 56 seconds. And I'm sure everybody's heard of Kobe Bryant in the LA helicopter squad. Well, the LA helicopter squad was not even flying that day because of bad weather. But that pilot had multiple opportunities to either turn around or land in a parking lot or something, but chose not to and move forward. And so the rest is all in the news. So how do we do what we do? We are the Chick-fil-A of LMS platforms. We are very service oriented, and we just work with our customers and do everything it is we can do to help them in every way, shape, and form. We administer the LMS for them. We provide training strategies. Most people I run into, they kind of have a gleam in their eye, but they're not really sure how to go about doing what it is they want to do. We do instructional design with them, content development. And again, you know, they may have some things, but they don't have everything. And we also provide marketing strategy. What I have found and experienced with this is if you don't have some sort of go-to-market strategy to get to your market, then you're not going to have the success that you're really just looking for. And again, I mentioned we're very service-oriented. So we really claim to be, we're the outsourced e-learning department. So when I'm talking to a small business or an association and they have a need to do this and they do not have a department that does it, then I know that I'm talking to my customer right there. So what's happened is COVID has really forced the global education system to embrace web-based online training. And nowadays, employees are demanding that the company provide it. And as Izzy mentioned earlier, a lot of companies have remote workforces. So they're not going to fly to the home office, have a training class and fly home. They just won't do it anymore. And so if you look at LMS billings, they were 9.6 billion in 2019, and then 2021, they're 15.8 billion, and they're estimated to be 37.9 billion by 2026. So they're really growing very, very fast. And I was just looking this morning, and I haven't seen results for 2022 yet, but I'm expected they'll be really, really up there. So our go-to-market strategy is really to get to really broaden our digital marketing and outreach. We're going to still go to trade shows and industry events and sponsorships in our target markets. We're going to add LMS administrators and account managers so that we can provide the customer service that we really want to have. And since we've been talking about this, we've actually completed a few things. We've completed our data analytics portal so that our customers can see a lot about what's happening with the training, so they can make data-driven decisions. We've made some UI changes, and we've updated a couple of our customers with that. And right now, the response we got is just really over the top. It's one of our customers just says, "Wow, what an upgrade!" And I was really thrilled when he said that. Our executive team is James Roselle. I've been working with him for probably most of my career, and he's the head of our education services and content development, and so he spends his time putting courses together and helping our customers that way. Tom Dennis is responsible for marketing and brand management, and so he's handling our website, things like that. Chris Kambala, boy, can't say enough good things about him. His team actually did all this data analytics and UI upgrades, and so I really hats off to him. Charlie Quinn, I've known him for quite a while, and he's handles any human resource issues that we might or might not have. Now, I've got a really powerhouse of trusted advisors here. Izzy, of course, everybody knows Izzy. What a great guy. He's very good with advice and counsel on, you know, what you ought to do and how you ought to do it, and making introductions. Dan Matthews helped us put together our financial models, and I'd say he's a subject expert in how to go about doing that and making it where you can actually understand it and actually modify it if you need to. David Zumwalt, I've worked with him at a couple of startup companies. He's really an industry visionary and just somebody that really knows a lot about what you need to be doing in scaling your business. So I have lunch with him once in a while, and he helps me think through whatever it is I need to do. David Sim-Smith, Mobility Ventures. I've known David for a really long time. He's also very, very good at what he does. He's in the venture capital space. Pat Hamner, I've known him for a while too, and he was on the board of a company I was with. And one day he walked in with this box and said, "Look what we've invested in." And he opened up a box, and it was these inline skates. And I had to tell you, I was a little skeptical of that, but that turned out that was Heelys. And that was probably one of the best investments they ever made. So anyway, I've kept up with him all this time, and I visit with him regularly. Dan Vermeyer is an M&A advisor, and so he and I are talking about, what we need to look like every day on our journey toward coming out the other end. Bob Bolanger, our CFO advisor, he's from the SaaS industry and really worked with me and Dan to make sure our financial models are really fitting what the SaaS industry looks like. And then Kyle Ferguson, I met him when he was a young attorney, and he was always talking about how he's going to start his own firm. Well, now he's one of the principals in Ferguson, Braswell, Frazier, and Kubaska. All right, financials. What we're basically saying is once we really get going here, we're going to start turning a profit in year 2, and out somewhere around year 5, we'll be at around 21 million. Now the market seems like it's hotter than even we thought it was, so we could very well outdo all of that. So with Izzy, we're putting together a SPV. Today, we'd like to start out and try to get a $500,000 bridge with a 20% discount to get us going. And then we expect in totality to raise somewhere around $4 million to complete our plan. Now, I've already mentioned this, use of funds. We've already completed our first round of our product roadmap, and there'll always be new things to do, but the big things that we really needed to do was this data analytics and update our UI. And the response we've gotten from our customers has just been phenomenal. So I'm very excited about that. And so the next thing is digital marketing and sales. And I have just recently identified, I think, just the right digital marketing firm. These guys are very steeped in the LMS marketplace, and they know all the players. They know everything about it. So it's not just people that can run an email campaign for you. They really understand how we need to go to market and have a broad-based marketing strategy. And then we also need to add some LMS managers once we have the need for those. Anyway, that's really about all I got. So Izzy, any questions out there?
Yeah, great job, Tom. Give him a round of applause. Excellent job. Excellent job.
Thank you, Izzy. Appreciate it.
So, what I would want the investing world to know, number one, is that this platform isn't simply for aviation enthusiasts. This platform can be facilitated for company training, product training, industry certifications, improving member value, secondary revenue stream. So looking at all of those touch points, let's talk about some use case scenarios. Well, certainly it's not easy to bring in a bunch of helicopter pilots that are all over the state, all over a tri-state area or a region, whatever it is. Not easy to bring them all in-house at one time. It's certainly not cost effective with what you can do with technology. So I get that. But when you think about industry certifications, right, where you have to get the continuing ed units or credits, as they're called here, the CEUs. So I can remember when I would host myself for CPAs, and they would get continuing ed credits. And we'd be in a physical location, man. I'd have to provide them lunch, and typically they would want something fancy for lunch, or they wouldn't come to these things. Because what ends up happening is we would promote our services for my consulting practice to those CPAs. So they were very, very expensive. You can end up dropping $50,000 to $100,000 very, very quickly. Okay. So with that being said, take a company that maybe wants to promote their services, and we're deriving a use case here, maybe with accountants, maybe with financial services professionals, whatever it would look like. Can you talk a little bit about how you can facilitate and onboard potentially thousands of people to register for a continuing ed event, manage everything in the back end with your platform, make it smooth and easy, where now you can save a firm that wants to promote this and save them a ton of money? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, we talk about this in terms of aviation, but it turns out one of our very first customers was doing things in continuing ed around healthcare, because we're in healthcare, cybersecurity, and aviation. Now, here's what they were doing here in the state of Texas. They were providing continuing ed about 3 times a year. So they'd go to a hotel and rent the big ballroom and send out all these invites, and they'd get a room full of people. And, that was working for them, but they decided to put this all online. And so they were getting as many people registering and taking their online courses. And they actually ended up abandoning this idea of going to these hotels because they were here in Dallas, but they'd have to get a big ballroom, say in Houston and San Antonio and Dallas, to facilitate all this. And so with them, our platform was certified to deliver continuing ed. And you probably know this, the platform and the course has to be approved by the approving agency.
Yeah.
So we've been approved in several states. We've been approved by the Physical Therapists Association and others to deliver continuing ed. And you probably remember when they go in the classroom, they got to sign a paper, right?
Right.
Well, now you log into this, so you're logged in. But then when you leave, you can't get your cert until you take a survey. Well, with our platform, if that's a requirement, we can say, okay, you can't get your cert until you complete the survey. They complete it. And then you can export all the survey results to the approving agency, just like you do in a classroom. So that has really worked. The other thing that happens is I'm working with a company here in town that they're a small company, but they need to have installers all over the United States. Well, they don't have the resources to deliver training all over the United States or have people come here. So they need to go online. But the big thing is, I think probably as much as anything, is this. Like my wife is a speech therapist, but we'll be watching TV and she'll go, oh, I got to go complete my certification. And she'll walk upstairs, comes back downstairs, 30 minutes later, she's all done. And people are demanding that be the case now. They don't want to go to your classroom. They don't want to go out to DFW and have a day trip somewhere. Yep. And so that's basically what's going on. And our most recent accomplishment is we have a customer here in Dallas. It's an HR outsourcing firm. And we just completed courses with them on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So if you kind of go back to what I said earlier, we started out wanting to figure out how to make hay in the aviation market, but an LMS is what it is. And you can, as long as you're delivering training and you need to be certified, our LMS is right there for you. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. And I love the use cases that you brought up there, because now more than ever, people want to be able to do these things on their time. And it takes away from the valuable company time, right? Yeah. So we were an interruption in people's business days when we would have these. We would do, an event. It started at, we'd always try and do it after breakfast, so we weren't paying for 2 meals, right? But you're still, but you're still interrupting someone's day when you tell them, to come around at 10 o'clock in the morning. And, lunch is at 1 o'clock and then they're there till 3, there's not a lot that they can get done. Right. So anyway, I love the platform. I think it's going to be exponential. The industry certainly is. Just want to heighten that visibility to investors for sure. So great job, Tom. Give him a round of applause, everybody.
Well,
Excellent job, Tom. Yes, my pleasure. Okay, up next, we've got TJ. TJ, let's go ahead and spotlight him. And TJ, do you want Gary spotlighted on there as well with you? Okay, you're on mute.
Okay, I just unmuted.
All right. Yeah, perfect. Let's go ahead and spotlight Gary as well. There he is. Hey, Gary, how are you? That is a beautiful picture behind you. I know your love for horses for sure. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Well, I was super impressed with you the day I met you. And, you know, that happens a lot. And you start doing a little due diligence on people, and then you discover they're just out of their mind if they think this is going to be successful. And here's why I say that. Not every good idea is a good business idea. Okay. And you have an incredible business proposition with your company and what you're doing with specifically this device. And I'll let you go ahead and share that. But I tell you what, when I think about painting, man, it's something I not ever want to do, right? But having 4 kids, we've had to paint their rooms, then they have different changes of flavor, then you have nurseries and things like that. And one of the most difficult things to do is cutting in the paint. And this is what you guys serve. I don't want to steal your thunder, but without further ado, would you help me welcome TJ and Gary with Innovation Creation? Great job, guys. Go ahead and share your screen.
Let me see. How's everyone doing today?
Doing great. Most everybody's on mute, so. Okay, I can see your screen. You're on mute, TJ.
You on mute?
Yep, TJ's on mute. I'm going to go ahead and mute you, Gary, and let's unmute TJ.
Okay.
There we go.
All righty. Like Izzy stated, me and my father, we created the company Innovative Creations and Designs. My father goes by the name of Gary, and he's been in the paint industry for 25 plus years. He worked for Sherwin-Williams for 24 years. And what we do is we specialize in developing new and unique products to solve everyday problems. Our latest product is a paint edger that just simply speeds up paint jobs. It eliminates having to use tape, paper, and plastic, and it can be used by professional painters and DIY painters. Most importantly, it saves you time and money. If you're familiar with painting, we all know the most difficult part of painting is the prep work. We know paint edging and paint trimming can be difficult, costly, time-consuming, and frustrating for all painters. Tape, paper, and plastic must be applied to trim molding, windows, doors, ceilings, floors, and walls before starting painting projects. But with our paint edger, it allows you to apply paint accurately and efficiently without needing to apply tape, paper, and plastic. Yes, and it can be used for interior and exterior. And also, as you see here, you'll spend approximately $30 for a 144 square foot room, approximately $51 for a 2,500 square foot home, and another $51 for the exterior of that home. You know, if we had to compare our product to something everyone could relate to, we would say our paint edger is the iPhone of the paint industry. Just like the iPhone is a worldwide must-have, so is our paint edger in the paint industry. We recently just signed an agreement with HSN and QVC and Lowe's Home Improvement. We fly out to HSN, to their headquarters in St. Petersburg, Florida, February 6th. We have to meet, actually we have to start our courses for our on-air training on February 7th. And just to inform you that HSN, they air to approximately 96 million households nationwide. QVC airs to approximately 380 million households worldwide. So, you know, you combine the two, that's 476 million households. That's so, you know, that's nearly 500 million households that will have the opportunity to order our paint edger. Our main competitor, I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, it's the Sureline paint edger. They sell between 1 million and 1.2 million paint edgers a year with no marketing and no true competition. Our marketing strategy, as I just stated, HSN airs to 96 million households nationwide. QVC airs to 380 million households worldwide. That's nearly 500 million households. So with that, we'll gain massive exposure, and we'll also utilize all social media platforms for additional marketing. Our execution team, it's my father and I, TJ and Gary Pitts. Timothy Kleiner, he specializes in plastics engineering. He helps us bring all of our creations to life. And as you all know, Izzy, he's great at what he does. He's been holding our hand through this process. And also Dan, he's great at what he does as well with creating the financial models. So that makes up the execution team. Our board of advisors are the same individuals. My dad, Gary Pitts, myself, TJ Pitts, Timothy Kleiner, Izzy Lozada, and Dan Matthews. Here's some numbers of some financials for us to look over. HSN expects us to sell a minimum of 50,000 paint edgers a month once they go on air. So we multiply that by 12. That'll be approximately 600,000 paint edgers sold for the year. And we'll profit, our profit margin will be 5.9 million. And here's the financials for the year 2, year 3. As you see, we'll increase on a yearly basis. Year 1, we'll profit about 5.8 million. Year 2, 32 million. Year 3, approximately 37 million. Year 4, approximately 42 million. Year 5, approximately 48 million. So, as I explained, we'll be airing to a combined 476 million households. If we sell a paint edger to, let's just say, 2% of those households, we'll profit approximately $86 million. And what we'll offer to investors is the convertible debenture. Just in exchange for cash, we'll issue equity shares within our company. And also, I wanted to show you guys, this is our main competitor. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, but it's titled the Sureline Paint Edger. And this is what people have to say about it. Let's take a look. So these are Home Depot employees.
Okay, look, right here. Here's my paint pan. I'm dipping in the paint pan. You don't be careful, because you only got a small little margin of error right there. Right. So if you get paint on those wheels, you gotta think you're gonna be sitting there cleaning those little tiny wheels, get the paint off while you got paint on here. And so you go to paint like this.
Okay, can you not see the video?
No.
We only see the slide.
Okay, let me. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were just playing audio. Yeah, go ahead. Go to the video. That's okay.
Okay, let's go to it.
Excellent. There we go.
So, okay, so what? Right here. Here's my paint pan. I'm dipping in the paint pan. You don't be careful, because you only got a small little margin of error right there. Right. So if you get paint on those wheels, you gotta think you're gonna be sitting there cleaning those little tiny wheels, getting the paint off while you got paint on here. And so you go to paint like this. Well, then these have paint on it, so it's getting streaks
up and down the trim.
So you gotta make sure you tape every little area.
Wow.
I don't hear the audio.
It's a bunch of crap.
Yeah, if you look at it right here, look. There ain't even tape on that trim. A little picture.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's correct.
Is you tired?
You're gonna get paint up in here because you're gonna push down too hard.
Yeah, right.
See? By the time I go like this,
and get it to the.
I can have that brush in there and I'm here.
And you go.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay.
See.
And then if you don't get it completely flat
And
square,
then you miss it.
and it won't cover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, TJ.
Well,
I got to. I want to try it because I think I'm almighty, and I think I can do the impossible sometimes. But
I'd hate to see you spend your money on that.
Really?
And then throw it in the trash can 5 minutes after you get home.
Really?
Once you soak it in paint, you
can't bring it back.
We sell a lot of them,
but they
don't come back.
They don't come back.
Yeah.
They don't buy them again.
Wow. Can you go ahead and show the video of yours, how yours works? I think it's remarkable. That's what sold me. TJ, you're on mute. Are you able to share that video? You're still on mute, TJ.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
But as you can see, that's the #1 paint edger on the market. And as he said, a lot of people buy it, but they don't come back.
Well, we're not seeing that sold on HSN or QVC as either. So why don't you go ahead and show them yours? Yeah, that's the exciting thing.
All right. Just a second.
So as TJ's pulling that up, a couple of things that I just want to address. You look at this company where they've already gotten an agreement with Lowe's, they've gotten an agreement with HSN, QVC to broadcast this in front of others. What they're looking for here is capital to be able to facilitate those orders. Go ahead and share, TJ, if you're pulling that up. And when I saw this device, how quickly you can cut in a room and the money that you save with paint, tape, drop cloths, all of that, that all comes from the edging. You don't have to worry about that with this device. And go ahead and show them how this works. It's remarkable.
All you do, slide your cover over your brush, put your paint inside your tray, take your brush, dip it in the paint, make sure you don't have no excess paint dripping, take your guide tabs, place it on top of the trim, cut in. Voila. Is that not simple? And if you need to, you can come back and fill in if you need to. That's what makes this so unique. You can cut in ceilings and wall corners. Watch. Look at that. Is that not neat?
Didn't touch the ceiling. You just got the bead there in the corner, all the way up to the framework there, the edging. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Guys, I have no doubt when this starts getting broadcast on HSN and QVC, you're going to have lots of orders, because what's happening now? Spring cleaning, spring's coming up. Kids are moving out of rooms for college and things like that. Mom says or dad says, I'm making this the man cave. I'm making this my craft room. They want to repaint it. All these things that come up. And that's just on the consumer side. You think about the time. I remember you telling me the story where there's a gentleman in a large commercial facility. He said, my goodness, the amount of time I would save with my crew with this. And, he wanted to buy those on the spot, and all you had was the prototype on you. So it is absolutely remarkable in both the commercial and consumer application, what you'll be able to do with this. I'm excited. I can't wait to see you capitalized, because I know this is going to take off when you broadcast this on national, if not global television. So everybody give them a round of applause. Excellent job, guys. Excellent job. Your first time presenting. So proud of you guys. Excited for you. Looking forward to see you getting capitalized. All right, Dan, who do we have up next? I got so distracted with these videos, I don't even know who's coming up next, but I'm excited for you guys.
Chris
Dameron. Let's bring Chris up. Go ahead and spotlight him. Hey, you're on mute there, Chris.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What were you saying, that you're renovating your office and you needed that edger? Because I know you just moved into a new place.
Yeah, I was kind of. I could have used that about 3 weeks ago. Actually, I could have used that product. We painted 2 rooms.
Absolutely, it is remarkable what they're doing with that. But hey, we're here now about what we're doing with My Life, and My Life is an exciting platform that is coming to market. So super stoked about that. Everybody runs into this if you travel. I know I have with my wife and other friends when we've traveled before, maybe on business, and we bring our wives and we're like, what in the world can we do in this area? And you have no idea, right? Because you're out of sorts. You're in this town, and sometimes when you look at Google, let's just say it's not the most accurate thing where it'll tell you that it's 1.9 miles away. Try 1.9 miles in New York City. How long it'll take you to get 1.9 miles away in New York City for a foot. But where this can scale to is absolutely incredible. But let's just talk about what you're doing here locally. And without further ado, if you guys would all help me welcome Chris Dameron of My Life. Give him a round of applause, because this is an exciting platform. Go ahead, Chris, take it away.
All right, let me share my screen. All right, we up? Can you guys see it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what my life is I'm sure, I'll take a step back from, kind of along the lines of what Izzy said is, a lot of times in a conversation with friends, family, loved ones, you name it, it's, hey, let's get out and do something tonight. And okay, well, that sounds great. What's going on? I don't know. How do we find stuff? There's just no real platform out there that exists for finding local entertainment, whether that be, the movie in the park or, the fact is no matter where you live in the country or where you live, there is a ton of entertainment that happens probably within a mile of your house, right? But the question is, and the problem is how do you find that? So what we did is we built My Life. And My Life is a mobile app that basically uses geolocation to provide events and things to do hyper locally or what's close to you in the app. So everything within the app is sorted by how close it is to you, to your phone. So it's basically a business marketing platform, if you think of it that way. It basically for bars and restaurants, they can promote that they have karaoke night, they have a musician playing, they have dartboards, pool tables, They have 25 TVs. We even put in what TV channels they have or they subscribe to, because let's say, you want to go and see a Nebraska game, or you want to go see an ASU game, or, those kind of things. Not every bar has that or restaurant has those channels. So we put that in the app, and that's how they can really promote themselves in a much different way that they can't on Google or anything like that. And then you have event promoters, the movie nights, the church carnival festival that's going on, all of that kind of stuff. We even are working with some of the local grade schools, high schools, to put their sports program. They've got, the big rivalry game going on, those kind of things. So it's very different than exists out there today. Then we've got obviously the consumer value props. They can find these things relatively close to their home. What we've also got is they can put, like I said, everything is sorted by how close it is to you. So then you've got your local specials. Maybe that's the spaghetti or pizza special that they're running. All of those things come up, what is closest to you within the app. And then same way with the restaurants. So it's a very different platform than anything that is out there today. So that's when we get into the competition. Every time I go and have this presentation and I talk about it, a lot of people think of Facebook. They think of Eventbrite and Google. Facebook has some events, but the stuff that you see is really what your friends are attending or how you're connected. It's all about the friends and that kind of thing. Otherwise, what you see is ads and promotions and things of that nature, paid for ads. Then Eventbrite is great for ticketing, but unfortunately, non-ticketed events are not in there, and they don't really do any marketing for any of the businesses or anything like that. And then Google, if you search things to do, it just pulls up a bunch of sites and stuff that's not relevant. The second piece that to this app that we're doing as a secondary development phase is machine learning. So that way the app begins to learn what your preferences are, and the stuff that you start seeing in the app is relative to your lifestyle. We've hit some good milestones. We took a lot of time, spent a lot of time in development, trying to get this right, trying to get things functioning right. And then we launched just in November of just this last year. It was at a local innovation night that we got promoted and launched. And then took some time off December because of the holidays, and then really started pushing in January. Since then, we are at revenue. We're growing our base of customers, and as well as mobile app downloads. So we're having some really good success just in the last few weeks. So again, we're at revenue. We've rolled out what we call the beta MVP version of it. Not all the functions are there, but some good value pieces are in it. And then we're really starting to build our partner program and the consumer side of it, which is going very well. So why invest? So what we're looking for at this phase is about $300,000, and what that goes towards is really development. Next phase of development, we do some additional marketing. Right now, we are just launching this in Arizona, honing our skills, really getting it down. And then we're going to be taking this to other states, other markets around the nation. But why invest? Great returns. EBITDA, 7 million EBITDA within 3 years. That's very conservative estimates. Break even in about 17 months. We haven't spent a ton in our development, which is really kind of saved us on the bottom line. Very simple concept. It's very easy to adopt, get into your normal routine as a business owner, and then the consumers it's very sticky because, you know, it's all about building that local community. And that's really kind of the next phase. Our first phase, what we have now in our MVP, is about getting the list down and getting events and getting things of that nature on. But the second phase is really starting to build community, hyper local communities, right? Because neighbors, all of those kind of stuff attend. They don't want to drive across town. They want to stay where they're at, those kind of things. As well as then you've got like the Izzy example. If you're traveling to a new city, how do you find stuff? It's very difficult. We've got, you know, in the next couple of weeks, we have the Super Bowl coming to town in Phoenix, and all these people are coming here. How do they find local events? And that's what My Life is for. So it's a very simple, easy concept to adopt. And then we're a market disruptor, right? As I spoke, you know, those are some big players that, you know, the Facebooks, the Eventbrites, they're big players in our space, but they're not doing the things that we're doing. So, you know, we're going to disrupt this market and we're going to take it by storm for sure. And then it's very highly scalable. I think the biggest thing that we have going for us is it doesn't really take, or is not going to really take, a bunch of human resources. So, you know, we won't have to generate a product. So we don't have the manufacturing costs. We don't have a huge overhead on office space, as well as employees and things of that nature. So it's a very streamlined, easy to scale platform. So this says 500,000, between 300, 500,000 is what we're looking to raise. We're just about to launch a crowdfunding campaign, and been working with Izzy. He's got, I think he's got our SPV done. So we've got that in our back pocket, as well as we've really set up the company organizationally to scale and grow quickly. So that's really what I have. I don't know if Eric or Izzy wants to step in. Eric Terrell is my business partner on My Life, which is on the
yeah,
phone.
and I love the background you guys both have related to banking and merchants, understanding credit card processing. You guys understand data really well, and to be able to build a platform like this where you begin to understand and follow your customer, right? Because, you know, the vision here for the future, and you'll probably be bought out by then, but where My Life can go in the future, where I log into my Life app, and if I'm in Phoenix, but then I go to Miami, and then next month I might be in Los Angeles, maybe a couple months after that, I might be back in another city, that My Life starts picking up these things and seeing these trends, and also sending out coupons and incentives and things. That there's so much that you can do with this platform. I think it's going to be a huge moneymaker. But just starting off in your local community where you can have your fingers on the pulse of the market, that was really smart to do. And there's so much happening right there in your neck of the woods. So with your background with understanding the merchant transactions and things of that nature, I'm sure there's probably going to be on the technology roadmap, and you correct me if I'm wrong, where I can just, you know, buy my tickets right there, just the way you can with Eventbrite or anything else, or to an event or anything else. Because you guys understand those transactions. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. That's a good segue as you bring up Eventbrite. Eventbrite, strictly, their revenue model strictly revolves around credit card processing and ticket sales, right? So they're bumping up their merchant services, their credit card processing fees, and tacking on, and that's their revenue model. We're not even starting there, right? We're not even starting there with that. But yes, we're going to get dragged in, or that's the eventual goal for us, is to have ticket sales and things of that nature. But that's just one revenue model for us. We have advertising as well on our platform. We have SaaS businesses like bars, restaurants. They pay $15 a month. So there's that SaaS piece to it. So there's about 4 or 5 different revenue models that all includes, you know, that are all combined with this. So it makes it very, very scalable, very, very profitable.
Yeah. And what I can see happening, and this is just a little nugget, food for thought, because you guys know I'm involved heavily with high school sports. My wife is remarkable at raising capital for boosters and things like that. I mean, she's doing a casino night for the football booster. Last time she did that, they raised one night 50 grand. I mean, it's incredible what she's been able to do. However, if we had a My Life app where now all of these are featured, these local high school events, these local nonprofit events and things like that, where they can do transactions right through My Life, know where the event is. And then how about this, at the timing of this, you're starting to get splash pages and things like that on your phone, the notifications saying, hey, why don't you stop by, like over here, there's a place called DC Oaks. It's a brewery, craft brewery. And also, did I meet you guys over there? Actually, I think we had lunch there one time when you guys came into town. Yeah. So anyway, so it's a place that has food and it's right near the high school. So you could do things like that where you have these partnerships where you're doing something nonprofit over here, but it segues into, hey, now you bring in a group of maybe 1,000 people at a football game. That may be a good 2/3 of them or better stop in for, takeout, a couple of beers after the game, whatever it is. There's all these different things that you can do with My Life. And I think it's just remarkable what you guys do with the analytics and the tech and everything else. I have no doubt in my mind it's going to scale to something huge. So I'm super excited, super proud to be a part of this project. Anything that you would speak to there as I give that use case scenario?
Yep. Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. It's interesting. I was a little concerned when Facebook came out with its groups and where they were kind of going with that. And, it's a group of I like knitting. Okay. And that's my group. Okay. And I want to get in that. But what you're talking is a completely different entertainment experience and growing that community. Right. And that's where, we're headed. That's where we're going. It's really going to become a community app. And that community could be your football, and those families and all of those kind of stuff. And just like you said, the local hangout, the restaurant that they want to go to, all, right after the games, all of that, all of those pieces to it brings that community together. And yes, you'd be able to do all those functions within the app.
I love that because what's happened to us before, and then it's frustrating because you don't want to make a family feel like they were left out. And what ends up happening is there might be a change with something and a few key people reach out and text a few people and like, oh, actually, we're not doing that. We're going here. We're not going to this place. We're going to Chick-fil-A. Or instead of going to Chick-fil-A, we're actually going to tailgate over at this parking lot, the high school parking lot, and that type of thing. And then you get a bunch of texts saying, where are you guys? And you're like, oh, you didn't, so-and-so didn't tell you. But now you can have a group right on the My Life app, right? It's exciting and all the promotional things. So all the local advertisements that can happen for that, come in for 100 wings and get $10 off, whatever it is. There's so much you can do with your platform. I'm super stoked about it. And it's way more granular and effective than Facebook. For sure.
We just had that a few weeks back, actually, that scenario happened to us, right? We went to one of our friends' children's play, right? And then after that, we're going, okay, let's go to this restaurant. Well, the first person that got there, the restaurant was packed. There was no way to get all of us or any of us in there, right? So now everybody's scrambling. And in the end, we ended up losing about 3 or 4 people. Right.
Yeah. Because they were like, I have no idea where they're going.
It's that kind of stuff. And having the app where you can communicate and grow those type of community stuff is going to be amazing.
Super valuable. Valuable.
Yep.
Love that. Great job, Chris Dameron. Amazing platform. Really looking forward to seeing you guys capitalize. Give him a round of applause. Excellent job with My Life.
Thanks.
All right. Up next, we've got Duncan Burns, Veggie Dome. Let's go ahead and spotlight him. Dunk, you're up. Is he there, Dan?
I think he dropped off.
Might have lost service.
Might have had a connection issue.
Yeah. Mark, you're up next. You ready to go? Mark Canteri, you're on mute if you're saying yes. Let's go ahead and turn on your video. We got to do that before we can spotlight you. Mark, you there? There we go, Mark. You're unmuted. Go ahead and turn your video on so we can spotlight you. There he is. Hey, how we doing in sunny Florida? Mark Cantieri. I can't hear you for some reason, Mark. Can't hear you. Can't hear you at all. Maybe those earbuds aren't working. This is what happens with live events. Even Saturday Night Live deals with this, right, Mark? You can hear me, but I can't hear you. Maybe if you go to the microphone icon on your desktop and choose your microphone there. If you click on the arrow, you're muted now, but there's a little arrow right next to the microphone icon. And let's go ahead and unmute you first, because that might be the problem now if you changed anything. Let me see if I can. There, you're off mute now. But I still can't hear you. So what we might do while you figure that piece out is we'll go to Mike Diddleman if he's on here. He may not even be on here yet because he was supposed to be about an hour from now. Oh, there, it looks like you're connected. There, you're connected to audio, but now you're on mute. Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, we got it. We figured it out.
I can't hear you though.
Can't hear me now. Okay, that's okay. So what we're gonna do
Let's see
is
if I can hear you if I plug in these. Hold on. We'll go old school.
sometimes you got to go old school. We can hear you loud and clear though. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Mark? Yeah, but now we lost you. I can't hear your mic. Oh, wait. Go ahead. Talk
Can you
again.
hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Oh, we got that settled.
We
How
got
about
that figured out.
technology?
No problem.
so
No
much.
problem. Mark Canteri with
Never a
Secure Bolt.
problem. Yeah, how you doing today?
You know, it's super exciting, similar to what TJ and Gary are doing in that sector with painting. You're in the plumbing side of things, and I've dealt with this before. You know, I have a background in construction and landscape construction. You know, in my earlier years with looking at different things that I wanted to do and things of that nature, and it's sort of carried on where my wife and I will just do, you know, do it yourself projects, but she is so much more capable than I am. And when you go to renovate a bathroom, everybody knows those two bolts that are sticking out. They usually have a cap on there, right? So if you got to change that, you got to muscle that thing out of there. There it is. Pull your toilet tank and bowl off there. If you want to swap it out, then you got to have the wax ring and have those two things sticking up. And my wife will be being like, no, it's too far. Oh, you're going to scratch the pretty one that I did. And it's such a pain in the neck, right? Everybody deals with this at some point in their life. And you look at the scale of how many toilet bowls are across this country. And what you do completely eliminates all that. And I don't want to steal all of your thunder here, but I want people to understand what Secure Bolt is. But Mark, when I saw this right away, I was like, man, I definitely want to partner with this guy because you get this into a plumbing distributor's hands and this thing is going to take off. So without further ado, would you help me welcome my good friend and colleague, Mark Canteri with Secure Bolt. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Thank you very much for that. A wonderful introduction there, Izzy. Thank you. Yeah, this is an issue. My name is Mark Canteri. As Izzy said, I've got about 40 years of general construction behind my back. I'm in, doing everything, remodeling and anything like that. When you get into the bathroom, a lot of people don't even talk about it because it's a toilet. So those two little white things that are sticking up on either side of your toilet, the caps, those are the bolts that hold your toilet to the floor underneath those beautiful little caps. Well, that's the problem that I run into every day when we install a toilet. So it's simplistic. I'm going to show you. This is a toilet ring that is mounted into the floor in your bathroom. This is the standard toilet bolt that they give you to hold your toilet to this. So when you put it inside the flange and you slide it up like it's supposed to be, the problem is when it's installed already, if you get it installed, see this bolt spins and that's in the flange. That's not a good thing because you can never really tighten it, because if you tighten it too much, it'll slide right out. Now, you saw how easily I did that. Doesn't matter which way, it'll slide either out. So this happens all the time when you're installing the toilet. When you go to remove the toilet and the bolt spins, you can't get it off. You got to cut it off. All of these issues that plumbers, do-it-yourselfers, everybody runs into, because installing a toilet is blind. You're looking through two little slits on the side of the toilet, and you got to put them on top of these screws, these bolts here. And with that being said, you know, there's not a whole lot of room for error. And if there is any error, these are going to slide out, which means you got to pick the toilet up again. You might have put it down too far already and you ruined the wax ring. When you ruin the wax ring, you got to buy another one. Big problems come along. I don't like any of those things, and I've been dealing with it for 40 years. So I invented Securabolt. The difference in my bolt is I have two little ears in it, go perpendicular to the base of the bolt. And when that's put in like that, you're not taking this bolt out. It's not sliding out. It's never going to move from its flange where it's supposed to be. So then my bolt goes in here, slides up into the flange area, and it's in place. And if you can see, the two little ears that are on either side will stop this bolt from spinning end over. Doesn't matter if this nut gets rusted on there. Doesn't matter if it's been in there for 50 years or 20 years or 5 years. You'll always be able to move this nut because this bolt will not spin. As towards the old standards that have been around for 50 years or more, and they're still using them today, sell them all the time, have all these issues with going in and then coming out when you install it, or tightening your bolt too much and it comes out, your nut too much and it comes out. These are problems every time. So you could do two things. When it's stuck, you cut these off. You have a chance of ruining your toilet. Now, nobody wants to ruin a toilet because that costs more money. Then when you put it down every time, every chance is, you know, am I going to get it on there this time? Am I not? You're nervous. You're scared, you know. First time I ever did this, you know, everybody gets there. Nobody's an expert from the beginning. So that's how I came up with this bolt called Securabolt. It's going to stop all the issues you ever have from installing or uninstalling a toilet for your lifetime.
You know, what I always say, Mark, is that simple duplicates and complicated does not, right? Your idea is so simple, it's going to duplicate throughout plumbing distributors and big box retailers like the Lowe's of the world, like the Home Depots of the world, because it's just so simple to understand. If you're a plumber, or how about this? If you're assisting someone in the plumbing department and maybe someone's tackling that, I see moms and dads getting that type of advice in the aisle with a Home Depot all the time. And then what does he do? He guides them towards, you don't want to do that. Here's what you want to do.
Right.
Now, what he's probably going to do with someone that's doing this, hey, you don't want to deal with all those issues. You need a Securabolt, right? Because one of the other struggles that I've had is that my wife has helped me set a toilet bowl on, right? And one of the bolts is going like this. You know, the other bolt is going like this, right? And then you get this one seated, right? And your fingers are getting pinched under there. And you're like, honey, you got to straighten out that. And it's just frustrating. These will just sit perfectly in place just like that because they attach right on, right? Boom, done. Instead of scratching it all up and having to deal with that. Mark, this is a very simple idea, and that's why I love it so much. It's disruptive and simple at the same time, where people are going to buy hundreds of these to stock in plumbing supply stores. Now, why don't you speak to that for a second here? Let's talk about, everybody knows a Home Depot, everybody knows a Lowe's, but guys, Home Depot and Lowe's don't typically make the products that are on the shelves. What they do is they have distribution relationships, right, with big plumbing distributors. Let's talk about that for a second. And a lot of times when you see their brand names on things, that's because they bought the company later on. They're like, wow, this seems to be working out. Why not just buy it and keep it ourselves, right? So can you speak a little bit to that, Mark, where the distributors that are out there, and I know, you know, the big name one, I'll let you share that distributes to the Home Depots of the world and the Lowe's. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, well, there's quite a few big distributors out there, but you know, when you get into the distribution part about it, is though distribution gives to everybody. You got to understand something about even Home Depot. Home Depot sooner or later got their stuff from a distributor somewhere. It was introduced to them. They said, great, I want that on my shelves. So if it's flying off the shelves at the distributor level, then of course the big box stores and stuff like that are going to look at it. You know what I mean? They're going to, you know, they're going to supply their distributorships, and a few of them are nationwide, and they're going to just supply their each outfit up with, you know, thousands of them. And then how many thousands do they supply down to Walt's Plumbing and Supply down the street from you that you go to in the neighborhood because you support local businesses, you know? So when one distributor has it, everybody should have it. It'll trickle down. You know, Ace Hardware and stuff like that also will pick them up. And not only that, because most of these supply houses, they sell to the public too, which the public doesn't always realize that because you want to go to a one-stop shop. So you go to Home Depot. But usually when you go in to do and tackle something like toilets, you know, any kind of plumbing situation, the best place to go would be a plumbing supply store because they're going to have the best thing for you. Then talk to your local plumber there. Ask him what he's going to, you know, recommend. You know, if the plumbers out there are installing something and it takes 15 minutes normally, and then they take all of a sudden an hour and a half, and their boss asks them, what took you so long? Well, you don't even want to know, you know, you get into one of those scenarios, you know, but it saves time, it saves money, and everybody in the world, I think, is going to be happier with it.
And you know what ends up happening as well is it's smart for the buyers of these types of units, because what will end up happening is they think to themselves, well, if I sign an exclusive, and here's a nugget for some of your startup founders. This is exactly what Stephen Jobs did with AT&T. He took a fledgling cellular company that was on the verge of going out of business, and he took his following, his cult-like following with iPods, Macs, MacBooks, all of that, and said, you know what, I'm going to move into the cell phone market. So he signs an exclusive, a 3-year exclusive with AT&T. And what ends up happening to AT&T? The company gets rescued. You could only buy, back in, I think it was 05, 06, you could only buy an iPhone from AT&T. Maybe some of you remember those days. But where I'm going with this is, let's say Mark lands a deal with somebody, and investors perk up here and listen. Let's say he signs a deal with somebody that's maybe a 3-year exclusive with SecureBolt. Maybe it's at a Home Depot. Maybe it's at an Ace, whatever it is. Here's how those big box retailers think. Well, if I'm the only place that you can get a SecureBolt, well, that means I'm going to sell more wax rings. I'm going to sell more flappers. I'm going to sell potentially more toilet bowls in general. Why? Because people are just going to say, well, I don't want to put it in unless I have the SecureBolt based on what I've seen, right? And we're going to be doing a big marketing campaign, social media, everything else, get this all, heighten the visibility out there. But then here's what happens. They're going to think to themselves, the consumer, why in the world am I going to stop over here to buy this, over here to buy that, and then finally over here to buy the SecureBolt? I'm just going to go to one place and get it all. And it helps that foot traffic and rise the revenue. Now, what happens if he's got an exclusive with the company for 3 years and we're in year 3, and they say, hey, and Mark says, hey, I've got everyone telling me that they're willing to pay me for these. What do you guys want to do? You maybe want to buy my company? I think the answer to that is likely going to be yes. So I'm already getting a question. Where can you get these bolts? And is there a YouTube video on how it works? Thanks for that, Eric. Yes, we have some promotional information. We'll certainly get that to you. We'll also include that in some of the emails that we're pumping out related to Mark's company. But Mark, I am so super stoked with what you're doing because it's simple. It's very disruptive in that space. No one's going to be using the other bolts when plumbers know about it all over the country. And man, this thing is going to take off and somebody's going to buy you. I have no doubt. But the other thing is, here's the thing. Remember what Mark said is he's got 40 years in plumbing experience. Okay. So my guess is not only with this, but other things are going to be coming down the pipe to add value to Secure Bolt and the family of products that he might have in there. But there's some exciting things that are happening. And I just wanted to showcase that here today. Mark, you're a stand-up guy. I sure appreciate you carving out some time in sunny Florida, making me jealous. Well, I've got an icy driveway, but can't wait to see you down there when I go visit my parents. But great job on this. I'm really looking forward to seeing you get
Thank you very much for the
capitalized.
opportunity, and I am happy to that I've gotten this chance to go ahead and showcase my bolt. You know, hopefully one day soon we'll see it on all the shelves at every big box store, and Ferguson's will be distributing it. John Stone's, you know, the supplies companies, Keller Supply, all of them. Hopefully they'll all be in their stores. So
absolutely.
Thank you
Great
very
job,
much again.
Mark. My pleasure. Give him a round of applause. Excellent job, Mark. Great job. All right. Up next, we've got Duncan Burns. Dunk, we've got the Veggie Dome. You know, I love your product. I've got it on my kitchen counter. One of the most remarkable things that I had seen happen, the transition in my household, is we would typically have these ice cream nights where we'd get together once a week, maybe a couple times a week if I pushed, if I nudged it. I love ice cream. So anyway, so we would have all these toppings, right, that we'd put on there. And, you know, Duncan just told me a couple of weeks prior, he said, the reason why people don't eat more fruits and vegetables, and look how beautiful it is on his background there. It just looks attractive. You want to eat fresh fruits and vegetables. He said, well, the reason why that happens is because it's just not available to people. What ends up happening is they have great intentions of buying this at the grocery store, and moms and dads are envisioning their family eating them around the kitchen table, maybe grilling some vegetables, whatever it is, on the barbecue. But when they bring it home, where does it go? It doesn't go on the kitchen counter. It goes in the kitchen drawer in the refrigerator. And I know in my household, it turns into a soupy mess a lot of times. Not anymore, okay? In fact, I wish I was at my house right now. We've got a couple of onions in there, and my little guy Hudson should be a spokesman for your company, Duncan, because he goes like this. He says, hey, Dad, look what the Veggie Dome is growing. He's always saying, look what the Veggie Dome is growing. So he pulled out an onion the other day, and there was this sprout coming out of an onion. It was about 3 or 4 inches long. What does that tell you? That doesn't happen inside of your refrigerator drawer, right? It happens in the wonderful environment that the Veggie Dome creates. I'm excited about this product. You know the importance of gut health for immunity. There's a lot of things going around these days. I typically don't get sick at all. I'm so thankful for that. And it's because of smart choices like strengthening your immunity, God's good graces. And I'll tell you what, Duncan, with you getting this on kitchen counters all over the country, I have no doubt more and more people will be eating more and more vegetables than ever before, fruits and vegetables, fresh. So great job on that. Go ahead, take it from here, Dunk. Give him a round of applause and welcome him. And looking forward to you taking it away here with your slide deck. So I'm going to go ahead and stop, and I'll be quiet here.
Thank you, Izzy. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make a preference of this is a device that actually will be changing the landscape of the kitchen. You want to be a part of this investment. This is going to be making a 7 times amount of money on it as we go into a 4-year proposal, and we're starting with a smaller amount of making them, and then we're going to triple each amount, but we already have made 8,000 units and sold them out. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Let me see, there it is. Now the Fruit and Veggie Keeper is what our main product right now. We do have other products that are in line, that are supportive of this, that are around this, but also grab and go healthy food. But this device I invented 15 years ago, and I've been using it with my family. And I'm the dad who wanted to keep vegetables out on the table for his kids when they came home from school. And I was out at work, so they needed to stay fresh for 6 to 7 hours while the kids were at school. They came home, they would gobble them up, and it worked better than I thought. What happened was I thought, well, I've actually been solving more problems than just snacks on the table. This is a really kind of universal problem that people have. They're throwing away over $100 a month of fresh vegetables that they buy in the store. This is over $1,000 a year we're throwing away our food. This is stuff that we really should be eating. So many times we're not buying it as much because we're worried about going to have to throw it away anyway and go for the cracker boxes or something like that for snacks. But instead, we're hiding it in the refrigerator in plastic bags that are wrapped up. And 90% of Americans do not eat the recommended daily amount of fruits and vegetables. This is recommended by the CDC in 2017. That is a bad F. Only 10% of us are really eating the vegetables that will actually help us. There is scientific proof that if you eat more fresh vegetables and fruit, you actually reverse and stop many of the really heavy maladies that are bothering the United States and the world also. Type 2 diabetes, heart disease, even forms of cancer that are stopped in their tracks if you can eat better, and you have to have it out on the table. So what is the solution? The solution is using this container that allows the vegetables to breathe their moisture out, and it keeps it in there. So they're breathing the moisture in the air themselves are producing, but they're also producing ethylene gas, which spoils them. It makes them grow faster. So you don't want that. You want them to not grow much at all. The ethylene gas escapes through the lid. So this lid is kind of like a double valve. It keeps the good gas in from the plants, but it also lets the bad gas out from the plants. So it's a natural way in which we've been able to, we call it the biovalve technology. Now, how did I come up with this idea? I mean, we've been doing this, and this technology could have been around for 200-300 years. Why is it that this guy in California comes with an idea of being able to make his cookie jar for vegetables? I had a greenhouse with my brother when we were kids, and as you can see, the plants were up on branches. And I asked my brother, well, if the roots are grabbing onto the branches, what's making it so the plant can drink? He said they drink through their leaves the atmospheric water. So that's when I was able to make this device that actually is a new school of keeping vegetables in the house. And you still have the refrigerator. That's where all of the food you maybe bought from the market, it goes immediately. But then as you wash and trim vegetables and fruit that you want to eat over the next couple days, you put it into the VegiDome, and then what happens is it keeps it really alive, not just fresh, but living on the table. Now, I said for a couple of days, it lasts 5, 6, 7 days. And if you've got carrots in there that have been in for 7 days, I'm going to look at you and go, dude, why you put them in there if you're not going to eat them? You cook with them, make salads with them. There's a visual reminder on your table to eat them. And so what we have, the old school, these plasticware boxes and things that are aerodynamically sealed. Let me tell you, the aerodynamic seal makes it so that it's not optimal for the plants. The ethylene gas escapes from this container that's on the table. So this is the what, and this how we're going to get it to the market is it's a standard consumer product in some ways, but it has some very special things that are being able to make it so that we knock this out of the park. Now, when I say standard, we're going to be able to approach national retail stores. We've already had very friendly responses. They just want us to have more inventory. We made 8,000 units. We've sold them all, but they need to have 10,000 units at least to be able to say that they can put it in the stores. But also partnerships with hotels, cruise ships, spas can have VegiDomes as a tool there, as a device that keeps fresh vegetables and fruit and good food near their clients. Licensing is something that we've also started on. We are connecting and talking to 2 different housewares departments that are interested in being able to license this product, and it's got a utility patent here in the United States, which is pretty solid. 3 design patents were precursors to that. and also selling it online, Amazon, and through our own site, veggiedome.com, is a standard, obviously, for this type of consumer product, which is very visual. People can see it, and they all of a sudden get very curious. You know, there's this standard statement that audiences have to see something 7-8 times before they even realize it's something that they're interested in maybe buying. You know what? We had an Indiegogo where one email went out and boom, we sold 4,000 units. So people have this see it and buy it aspect of it. And obviously it's a new consumer product, so people are curious. But as it also is sold, it has an organic spread. People go into people's kitchens and see it and they go, oh, what's that? Oh, it's this place where I now keep more vegetables for my kids to be able to snack on. We also have, we're very interested in doing a QVC show. We've got already contacts in the offices of QVC. We're ready we've got to get the inventory made. So that's what this investment is going to be. I did mention that we had an Indiegogo campaign. This one slide I'm going to stay really short on it is that in 45 days, we sold in 47 of the American North Continent states. Now, of the 48 states, we sold 47 states, and that just shows you that a lot of different people are interested in eating healthy, having vegetables in a better place to stay in their kitchen, and not throw over $1,000 worth of produce away every year also. So I'm going to come away from this after this slide. This is a product with also a purpose. Now, that's what I was telling you earlier. When we go to market, there's going to be something that lets us or helps us to knock this out of the park. It is a tool that can be used in, let's say, there's a whole group of plantricians, they're called, the people in Plant Pure Nation, there's a whole trend towards plant-based food through eating more vegetables, eating healthier, and really with having had COVID sweep through these last couple of years, people are realizing that what they have at home, what they eat, what they put on their plate is something that can help them build their immunity and be stronger. But let me tell you, the doctors that are interested in having people eat more vegetables are people that are be able to prescribe to their clients, buy this VeggieDome device. It'll stay on your table. I want you to fill it up on Sunday, and by Wednesday, empty it and refill it again. So this is an actual tool that this can be used in this industry. And there are 6 multi-billion-dollar industries: nutrition and diet industry, healthy families, lifestyles, vegans, and then also housewares. Obviously, this is going to disrupt the housewares industry with an entire new category, the out of refrigerator produce display. But also the weight loss industry. That's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Pro athletes and athletic trainers. They can say, hey, part of the regimen is that we're going to be eating more fresh fruit and vegetables and you see this, the film, The Game Changers, produced by James Cameron. That's a recommended viewing, folks. The Game Changers, how a lot of athletes are going towards eating more produce. You got your Tom Brady is even 90% in terms of eating more produce. And then the healthcare industry. So I'm going to come off of this page, hopefully, and see if I can talk a little bit more in person about the fact that that's the what. The how is how we've shown the market is going to be being able to be truly accessed on all these different levels, including this new way in which approaching these 6 different industries with a tool that changes that industry, disrupts it in a pretty positive way. But the investment is, what we're looking for is $1 million. This will be able to really make it so that we have the ongoing marketing campaign that is full on and not just stop and start. I must admit, we've been a small company for 4 years now with selling the units in home and garden shows and in veg fests and vegan fests and festivals and online and through Amazon. But now we're ready to say, okay, after that series of market tests and being able to find out what consumers are looking for and what they see when they first see this product, that this $1 million is going to be able to knock it out of the park with the fact that we've now going to be signing with John Sally, who is a 4-time NBA champion. He has become then a partner of the company. He is also a vegan chef. He is interested in having people eat more vegetables. He actually testified in front of the Senate to be able to make it so that children have more fruit and vegetables, fresh produce in school lunches. So he has a mission to try to make it so that people just go ahead, eat some more vegetables, be healthier. It's part of his mission and drive in life. And so this product, which allows fresh vegetables and fruit to be displayed in the kitchen, out on the counter, outside the refrigerator, so that the children come home and eat it, or that family members or active people will be able to eat vegetables. This is the way in which we're going to be able to grow the company. With John is really getting behind it, and we're really thrilled about that. Let me go back to the sharing of the screen, because I'm going to go ahead and look at the terms. My mouse is really not helping me play. That share the screen. Oh, well, I won't share the screen. The concept is this, that we are going to be investing really just an amount to make the first 15,000 units. It's going to go to market. We've got a skeleton crew to be able to work with this and be able to sell it. We've got great people involved with the marketing campaign, which is Pat Fiore. Some of you folks have heard of her. Her specialty is category creator products that have gone into the market. And she's worked with Jordache, she's worked with Sergio Valente, she's worked with many huge groups and corporations. And this is a project that she's really fallen in love with. And I'll be able to work with Trevor Anderson, who is just an amazing COO. He's been able to get many of the steps forward that we're preparing to really launch with. A CFO, Philip Nardell, who has worked with now 5 different corporations of different sizes, and he actually helped to draw up the books at the very beginning. And we are a social purpose corporation, which is in California. It's ready to go in terms of the business. Our IP is in place. We are ready with the utility patent here in the United States, with a design patent already in Europe. And once we start shipping to Europe and moving towards Europe, we'll finalize and get that much more finished. All the trademarks are also in place. And I'm wondering if there are any questions or any way that that Izzy can help.
Yeah. Let me jump in here and share a couple of things, because I think mentioning John Sally, we'd be remiss if what's the strategy behind this? Okay, so we came together with this idea and put our heads together. And guys, this is why I highly encourage people to make sure that you have advisors, like Duncan has done. When we started meeting, right away we started rallying advisors around our team, such as Pat Fiore, as he mentioned, and Trevor, what's Trevor's last name? It escapes me. Trevor Anderson. We pulled some great people around this. And we're able to attract someone like John Sally. Why did we want John Sally around this? Well, let's think for a moment with the lean, mean, fat grilling machine. You guys know it today as the George Foreman grill, but it was first promoted as the lean, mean, fat grilling machine. And they took the name, likeness, and the cachet of George Foreman, which in my opinion wasn't as broad as John Sally's, but for the purposes of that particular product, they took a cheap electric grill made in China, put George Foreman's face on there and started promoting it with knocking the fat out of your cooking, right? That was a tremendous success. It sells hundreds of millions of dollars, has sold hundreds of millions of dollars, and continues to sell millions of dollars in those products to this day. And we figured we take a name like John Sally, 4-time NBA champion, likely going to be in the Hall of Fame, has played with the likes and greats of Michael Jordan, the late Kobe Bryant, a myriad of other, if you follow basketball at all, incredible athletes. And the thing about John Sally is that he happens to be a vegetarian, had opened some vegetarian restaurants, met Dunkin' along through this process, and said, man, we got to start collaborating together. Now we're just about to ink a deal with the great John Sally, which he'll be getting some unit sales and promoting this throughout his millions of followers through social media and everything else. And some of the plans that we have in our go-to-market strategy plan, we can go over that if you're interested as an investor. But we just give this company a little bit of a cash infusion. Dunkin' is talking about 15,000 units, which isn't a heck of a whole lot, but what it does is it demonstrates in certain market verticals, because we have the utility and the design patent with this particular product. That means somebody can license this, right, from VeggieDome, from Dunkin', where they can put it on their Italian glass, whatever they want to do on a cruise ship, on a yacht, whatever, a nice boutique hotel. But be that as it may, we start doing that and opening up all these different verticals. There's no doubt in my mind somebody's going to scoop up the company because it'll be doing millions of dollars in sales. And there's not a lot that it takes to get that off of the ground. We'd love to talk to you further offline about that. For whatever reason, I saw you not able to share Dunkin', no problem there. But give him a round of applause because this is a remarkable product. I've got it on my kitchen counter. I'm excited to see this in commercial settings, in boutique hotel settings, on kitchen counters around the world. And John Sally's name on the box with a smile and his signature on there. We're so excited about that. It was fun having those conversations with him and what he wants to do to champion the brand and to help people get more fruits and vegetables, fresh fruits and vegetables into their diet on a daily basis. So great job, Dunk. Excited about that. Excited about the project. Looking forward to seeing it capitalized. Great job.
Yes,
give Duncan a round of applause.
The financial documents and the proposals as upon request. It's all here. And as I said earlier in my conversation, we have literally the ability to go 7 times on the money within a 4-year period as we grow because of the various things that we've proposed. And it's going to be really quite a joyful and colorful event.
It is, and it's super exciting. Great job, Dunk. Okay, we are going to go ahead and spotlight Mike Dittleman. Mike, are you there? Is Mike joined yet? Yeah. Okay, Mike's not.
We're going to have to jump to Nathan.
Nathan, okay. Let's jump to Nathan DeYoung. Nathan, if you're talking, you're on mute. Turn your video on. And then Anna will be up after him. He just said 1 moment, so maybe he's having a tech issue there. So we're going to pause for a commercial break here, and the commercial break is me. And I have to tell you, one of the things that I've been looking at in this crazy market right now, and in fact, let's go ahead and pull up what the stock market was doing. It was up earlier this morning when I first woke up, or the futures were, and we're having a little bit of an up day. Things are just up and down and all over the place. And one of the exciting things, if you're watching this as a startup founder, if you're watching this as an investor, what does smart money do in times like this? What smart money does is they begin to deploy contrarian thinking, okay? So if everybody's heading to the hills and saying, I don't know what the market's gonna do, I'm pulling out of this, I've got all this cash, I'm just gonna sit it on the sidelines, right? And the market begins to do what I call capitulate. So what does capitulation mean? It's basically the negative impact of the sky is falling and somebody picks up the paper and says, oh my gosh, they sold, I'm gonna sell too. Why is everybody selling? I don't know, right? So what they do then is they begin to pick smart choices in investing on the private side. I've seen this happen time and time again. I remember when the planes hit the towers. Why was I still able to raise capital after that traumatic event, tragedy that happened. Thank God I wasn't there. I was supposed to be. That's a whole nother story altogether. But thankfully, God spared my wife and I. But here's what I'm saying. It happened in 2001. Then 2008 rolled around. Same thing happened again. There were some ups and downs in between 2001 and 2008 for sure. Obviously, you had even before that, the dot-coms, the dot-bombs, everything else. So what was going on? People were trying to identify, where is the market going? That's what they're always trying to do, is figure out, am I selling when it's way up here, where the average investor says, ooh, the market must be doing well, I must buy up here. But guys, just remember, the old adage in Wall Street is you buy low and sell where? High. You don't buy high and sell low. So the problem right now is that most people can't figure out, is the market at a high right now? So you got a lot of conflicting information out there. And since the advent of one of these, instead of picking up your Financial Times or Wall Street Journal, everyone becomes an analyst. Even my son at 18 years old, graduating from high school this year, congratulations to him if he's listening. But needless to say, even he's an analyst looking at things like, well, I think the market's going to do this or that or the other thing. Everyone's an analyst with all this information that's being thrown at them because they're regurgitating the information that somebody else is saying if they've got a major following. But here's what I'll tell you. The bottom line is, do you have a company that's scalable? Do you have a company that's disruptive? Do you have a strong bio? Do you have people on your team that can rally behind that and help you grow the company? If you have some of those touch points in there, I'm telling you, not only can you go out and raise capital, but you can go out and do some damage out there in business where someone says, how in the world did this guy get to where he is today? Because he followed some simple, tried and true business principles, and it turned out to what it is today. So folks, that's what we're looking at with the showcase of the companies that we have. There's just absolutely no doubt in my mind, because we do our due diligence, that not only do you guys have strong bios, but you have good business plans, good ways to execute when you get the capital on how to scale your companies. So I'm just excited about what's going to be happening when this money moves off of the sidelines into these great companies that we're showcasing by way of SPVs or even outside of that. PSO, by the way, if you're an investor and you say, well, I don't like investing in companies unless I have control of it, right? I'm not going to stifle a relationship with one of my client companies because of an SPV. If we have to figure something out outside of that, I'll give my client companies guidance and they make the decisions. They look to me for guidance and perspective, certainly not permission. But that's me and in a nutshell, what we're doing here and what's going to be happening over the next 90 days. And my excitement level, as you can see, is very, very high, because things just don't stay low forever, and the activity doesn't stay low forever. It was very low with startup companies, and lots of people are predicting it's going to continue to be low in 2023. I happen to be a contrarian thinker, and I think if you work hard, continue to hammer this thing and elevate your visibility, there are going to be investors out there that invest in your company. So yes, while it might have slowed down for sure, there's no doubt about that. The numbers don't lie. People that put the numbers together can lie, but the bottom line is the numbers are what they are, right? So it's slowed down significantly, but you don't need to have an incredible swell of investment capital going into startups to capitalize your company. What you need is to be head and shoulders above everybody else. And we at FEP Collaborative help do that. So without further ado, let's jump back over to Nathan DeYoung. If you're ready, Nathan, are you there?
I am. Apologies
Excellent.
about that.
No problem. Go ahead and turn on your video so that Dan can showcase you here and spotlight you.
Think I was
There we
already
go.
unmuted.
Yep.
Can you hear me
All
okay?
right. Yes. Give Nathan DeYoung a round of applause. And Nathan, the floor is yours. Take it away, Nathan.
Great, appreciate it. So apologies for the delay. Had a little bit of a baby mishap situation, but we're all good now. little miscommunication on my end, but so hi everybody. I am Nathan DeYoung with Asset Fund, and we help individuals with investing in private businesses through crowdfunding without all the risk. Our central idea is to help others create wealth, not just for themselves, but for their family. And I really like this quote by John D. Rockefeller about owning 1% of something large, something bigger than yourselves. And that's exactly what we're creating here. We're creating an opportunity for someone to invest in multiple businesses instead of just a single business that only benefits one individual. So that's really what we're trying to solve here, is creating an opportunity for people to overcome the obstacles of, high items such as cost of starting a business or fluctuations of markets. We're really solving the opportunity of people that want to do something more with their finances, but don't quite have the avenue to get there. And as most people know, owning a business is one of the most profitable things that you can do in the world. And owning multiple of profitable businesses is going to be that much greater. And a little bit about our process. We're going through the process of developing metrics and using AI to really monetize how these businesses perform, as well as which businesses we choose to create with our fund. As we start to acquire multiple businesses, we'll be extremely selective about how we choose these businesses, as well as how we monetize their existing profit structure. Don't have time to get into the nitty gritty of all of how we'll actually do that, but essentially what we'll be doing is looking at a couple of key indicators, and after we've identified those with our target companies, as well as a handful of different indicators of how we plan to grow their revenue, we will take those businesses and convert those into a blockchain technology for people to invest in those companies. Now, we aren't producing a Bitcoin or anything like that. We're just using the blockchain technology to track the transactions that are occurring. So, for example, if you buy 100 shares within our fund, you then can turn around and resell those shares to someone else if you so choose, because it's based on an individualized transaction. So the shares themselves are an asset, not just the fund, but the shares that you acquire for the fund can be resold and purchased and things like that, of that nature. So once we do that, we'll be selling those shares to individuals, whether it's investors, accredited investors, or individuals that are investing $1,000, $2,000 a month, as well as once we are able to produce those shares, we will be paying dividends on a regular basis. We're still working out the math on whether it makes sense to do it monthly or quarterly, but in some form, it'll be a dividend paid out to those that purchase shares within our funds. And we'll also be going through this process on a regular basis of analyzing our companies with AI to make sure that they're performing the way that we need them to perform for our dividends. And where it's really going to get interesting is being able to monetize the sale of a business. At some point, we are going to get these businesses to a place to where we've increased their margin over a handful of years, and we're going to be able to sell them. And that's where our investors into the platform will see the largest gains. Now, our market opportunity, we're targeting specific individuals that are investing in platforms like Robinhood or Fundrise or Arrived Homes or Seed Invest or even Start Engine. There's so many platforms out there today. I just was looking at something on Facebook and I saw like 3 advertisements for 3 new companies that I'd never heard of before. So there's plenty of companies out there where people are investing in real estate, but will actually be acquiring businesses instead of real estate. And we'll go through a lot of the traditional channels of, Google ads and other ads. But I think where our core of how we will reach our audience the best is going to be through particular blogs or strategic partnerships with companies, HR companies, or specific companies that invest in alternative methods of something outside of a 401k. So we'll be pursuing strategic partnerships in that way as well as how we're actually going to be acquiring these businesses is going to be very, very strategic as well. We're going to go through some of the traditional channels, brokerage and networking, but also we'll be developing partnerships with private equity firms because they will often have businesses that they feel they just cannot take on. So they'll get offers for businesses and we'll be able to step in there and kind of take those offers from them that they can't themselves take on. So a little bit about our acquisition process, and this is really going to be key to helping our fund perform the way that we need to perform, is really analyzing the businesses that we acquire, making sure that when we look at a business, we can almost guarantee that we'll be able to start to do some things right away that are going to start to expand and monetize that profit and really leverage that untapped potential. There'll be plenty of businesses that are going to seem great but won't fit our niche, so we're going to be extremely selective about that process. I spoke about this a little bit earlier, but crowdsourcing has really changed our economy. They call it the gig economy today, but really what's happening in our economy is it's becoming a shared ecosystem. That's why Bitcoin was created, because they wanted to no longer be tied to what a particular government states as a value. And really that's where crowdsourcing comes in. It's allowed companies and people to take advantage of assets that they didn't previously have. There's most of them are on the real estate investment side. There's some that focus on actually rental properties, such as Arrived Homes. They have rental properties and individual homes that you can invest in. But there's even ones that are starting to pop up that are surrounded by farmland. Believe it or not, you can actually invest, 20 grand if you have it, into a plot of land. And farmland has been one of the biggest contributors to stable performing assets in our country. But when it comes to us, our goal is not to make the barrier to entry high. We're going to make this opportunity an opportunity that people can leverage at just about any level. I mentioned that we will open this up to accredited investors, but as well as people that just have a couple extra $100 and they don't know where to put it, but they know they should invest it and they don't want to deal with the craziness of the stock market. That's where we would come in and be able to assist them with that. A little bit about our team here. We are still seeking key roles and advisors, but the individuals that we have currently have really done well for themselves in the field. Gad Pertomo there, he's brought a bunch of different retail products to market. He's put a lot of products in store shelves for the company that he currently works for. His primary role is to review, market, and analyze these products for how they perform in the marketplace. So he has a huge background in developing products, working with manufacturers to help bring these products to market. So he'll be a key individual of helping us make sure that our product is hitting the market in the way that it needs to go. Anil Patel, he's currently our acting COO, and he's done a tremendous amount of work in the hotel industry, from mergers and acquisitions, as well as run his own hotel business. He's flipped hotels. He's run several of his own construction businesses. So he's done quite a bit in terms of property management and real estate and business management as well. And we also have an AI partner that we will be utilizing for our engine that's going to analyze the companies on a regular basis. So that's where RealRate is going to come in, and we're going to utilize their platform and curtail it to what we're looking to accomplish with our companies. Now, our current financial snapshot is stated to be an overview of our performing fund, as well as our company itself, the management entity. But we're actually going through the process of rearranging our financial snapshot to align with a performance of an index fund, so that we can show better margins and show accurate, more accurate measurements than what we see here. But even with our changes and being extremely conservative to our current model, we're looking at pretty similar numbers. It just, the growth starts to really expand after year 3 in much greater detail than what you see here. So for the first 3 years, we're seeing about between 5 to 10% of average increase. And then once we hit about year 4, that's where we start to see balloon, when we start to sell the companies. And then our 10-year projection is looking at almost 50 to 80% increase in revenue after about the 10-year mark. So we have some good numbers that we're working on, and plan to show those soon. But just a kind of a sneak peek at what we're doing with our financial snapshot. And currently what we're looking for is to raise $5 million over the next 2 years, and a $1 million convertible bridge debenture. Thank you, Izzy.
Great job, Nathan. And I think one of the most exciting things about your platform is, we were talking about this the other day. You look at the Robinhoods of the world and how so many people are making micro investments. You're touching that whole world of micro investments up to more sophisticated investors, and it also giving them access into investment types or alternative investments that they would have never had before, right? Now, while Robinhood is a great platform, lots of people are looking to just do a transaction on there, but they're not necessarily getting guidance, or they're not necessarily getting access to private investments either. It's typically just the public markets. So with that being said, can you talk a little bit about, how you can aggregate someone that's putting away, maybe into their portfolio $100 a week to $100 a month, or 500 or so, or maybe it's a physician or surgeon that has more disposable income, or somebody else, some other professional, whatever it looks like. Can you just talk about how you can hit all of those different walks of life?
Sure. So our goal is to make this opportunity, this crowdsourcing platform, an opportunity for just about every income level. Certainly, the more money you put in, the more money you'll get in return. But the idea here is that, if you're just starting off in the investing world, you're someone that's in high school, or somebody that only recently started having extra funds to really invest, the goal is that you may not hit all the marks that someone that has like $5,000 extra a month to throw at investments. But the idea here is that you can actually pass those on to the next generation. That investment, since it's a passive income asset, it's going to continue to produce dividends regardless of whether or not you are still investing. So if you just put a single lump sum, that's going to continue to amass money over the period of time, just like all the other index funds out there. So we're going to be very similar in that market. But if you really look at the backbone of our economy, the key indicator of our economy has been businesses. You know, the items that have really seen the best performance in our world has been producing assets. So real estate, the reason that it's all over the place is because it's based on perceived value, versus a business produces a widget that someone buys, that's a hard value, meaning as long as people are buying your widget, you know, you're going to continue to get a return. So our assets are even more stable than a real estate, because unless we get another situation like COVID, you know, we're not going to end up in a place where we're having to deal with real estate dips. We're not going to end up in a place where we're having to deal with, you know, the stock market crashes or anything like that, because the stock market is really not based on, you know, a particular value of a company. I'm sure you've seen this, Izzy, but you know, you'll see a company that is extremely profitable and the stock drops by, you know, 10 points in a week for no reason. You know, it just doesn't seem like there's any methodology behind it. So where our assets are going to be evaluated based on their actual performance ability.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I've said that before. How does Apple hit $1 trillion valuation and then, God forbid, something happens abroad that you know, the market doesn't like, and then suddenly, you know, it's dropping precipitously in price? You know, why is that? It's not because that of them losing the plans to the next iPhone or anything like that. It has everything to do with market conditions and people just wanting to sell. So those are just some of the frustrations that investors see in the capital markets, because they might have bought when it was up here high, and then all of a sudden some geopolitical thing occurred and the stock drops because everyone's like, I don't know what's going to happen. That's not going to be happening with your platform, because you might be investing in real estate in one sense or a business in another. Why don't you, I think we have like 1 or 2 more minutes, right, Dan? How are we doing on time, Dan?
Yeah, got about 1 minute.
So if we can show that to investors that are in your platform, not the ones that are investing to build your platform, but if we can show that to investors that you're playing the long game, right? You're playing the long game with the with the purchases that you're making. I think about the poor folks that were about to retire when COVID hit. Imagine you're in the Costco break room. The room is glowing with candles because you're 70 years old, and you're about to retire, and your 401k just turned into a 201k because of what it did with COVID in the stock market. And then all of a sudden, you know, you're out putting the Sharpie on the receipt again. What that even means, I don't know, but they just look at my receipt and then drag up. But anyway, those people aren't standing there because they're bored. They're standing there because they can't make their Medicare Part B payments. They can't afford their prescriptions and things like that. And now the younger generation is looking at grandma and grandpa and even their moms and dads and saying, I don't want that to be me. What can I invest in now? What calculation can I put together that says me putting $500 a month away and these type of assets will net me this when I'm in my 70s? That is really exciting for someone that's in their 20s and 30s. So I love that. And Nathan, you're doing a great job with this. I'm so excited to get you capitalized and see where this all goes, because I think you're going to become a household name. Would you help me give him a round of applause? Because that was a great presentation and very exciting. So great job, Nathan. All right. Up next, we've got Mike Dittleman. Mike Dittleman, are you there? Unmute, turn your video on, and there we go. Now, maybe you won't be able to make me jealous. You're in New York, so what's the weather like there? We were talking to people in Florida and Texas and Southern California. What's it like over by you, Mike?
I don't know what it's like in New York because I happen to be in College Station, Texas right now.
Oh, man. Okay, that's right. You guys were presenting. How did that all go today?
It went smoothly. It was a very nice group. We're here on the campus of Texas A&M, where we were invited to present the GameSense business to the Aggie Angel Network here at Texas A&M.
Awesome, awesome. Well, you guys have an exciting platform. And when I saw this and started talking with your team, me being involved with high school sports, giving an edge is what a parent wants to do for their kids. You know, and it transcends even, I was thinking about this the other day with your company, it transcends even into adulthood with even investing, right? What does an investor want? Just a little bit of an edge over everybody else. Now think of the investment parents would make in their kids for a platform like yours that can give them an edge to see and learn how to react to pitching with tennis, softball, or anything else. So this platform is remarkable. And I think once you're capitalized and the visibility is heightened, this is going to become something that every high school athlete and below and above is going to want to have in their arsenal. So without further ado, Mike Diddleman with GameSense. Give him a round of applause and take it away, Mike.
Thank you so much, Izzy. I've shared my screen. Tell me, are you able to see?
Yes, I can see it.
Presentation? Terrific.
You got it.
Terrific. So thanks again. So as Izzy just said with the introduction, GameSense is a technology business really focused on sports, and we are truly giving players, initially baseball, softball, and tennis, an unfair advantage. Here's what that means. Okay, like many people in the world, I've played sports all my life. Now I have 3 children, and I'll do anything I can to help my children to not only enjoy the sports they play and whatever variety of sports they are, but of course, my children who are participating in sports want to do well. And so in turn, like many parents, my wife and I are spending plenty of money each year to help our children, of course, enjoy, but get better at the sports they play. So GameSense is leading a new category of development and upgrading the status quo in a truly massive market, not just youth sports, but overall sports, by delivering the holy grail of poorly addressed performance improvement. We are really focused on split-second decision-making to create dramatically better reactions, but really on-field improvement without having to be on the field. And that's what we mean by GameSense is giving players of these sports an unfair advantage. So I want to go to the next slide here. So if you're playing a sport, regardless of how old you are, and you're losing, well, that's not much fun. And if you continue to lose, it also means you're not improving at that sport. So GameSense is leveraging technology to enable improvement on the field without having to be on the field to practice. You realize that improvement without having to go to practice, because we have an app that's interactive, engaging, and fun that truly helps develop skills that are directly put to use when you're on the field of play. We are helping players to react faster by providing them with sport-specific brain training games. And I'll show you what those look like. But we've proven that we do provide these players, and of course their coaches, with an unfair advantage. We've seen that our product is 100 times more efficient than just the practice that goes on the field. Because we're not on the field, there's no risk of injury. And because we've had customers, we know that our product does work. So I've got a quick video to show you what our product looks like. Bear with me. Okay, so I don't think the sound was working. Izzy, could you hear the sound of that video? Or Dan?
No, no sound.
No sound. Okay, so you saw the visuals, and hopefully you were able to get an understanding of what the product is, and I'll describe it. For baseball and softball, the video is the user is seeing a pitch come at them, right? Ball is being pitched at them as if they're the batter. The video cuts off, and the user has to predict whether that pitch coming at them is going to be a ball or a strike, right? For baseball or softball, it's all about balls or strikes. And then more advanced, what kind of pitch is it? When you're in 7th or 8th grade and you start to get better at baseball, you're taught that when you see a pitch being thrown with a fat wrist, you know it's going to be a fastball. When you see a pitch being thrown with a skinny wrist, it's going to be a breaking ball. It can be a curveball, it can be a slider, a variety of different pitches. So what GameSense is, it's kind of like a pitching machine in your pocket because it's an app on your phone. And like I said earlier, it's engaging, it's fun for the participant, but the net result is that we're helping these athletes truly develop and improve a skill that will directly translate to on-field improvement and performance. Now, we've proven this with science, okay? And we know it works because of the science. We use principles of learning and neuroscience to create this highly effective tool, again, that is fun and very easy. We have highly specialized drills with immediate feedback. So again, I see the pitch of the baseball coming at me. I predict if it's going to be a ball or a strike, what kind of pitch it is. The app then tells me if I'm right or wrong, and then shows me why. I can watch the full video of that pitch being thrown to me so I can learn. And again, it's all about brain training. And again, it's about split decision making, those unconscious decisions that you make on the field of play when participating in sports. So in a short period of time, GameSense has really achieved a degree of success, as evidenced on this screen by the number of customers who have adopted GameSense, despite it being relatively early. In fact, GameSense has been working with Major League Baseball organizations, and we're currently in discussion with the Chicago Cubs about renewing our contract with them, where we do some custom work for the Chicago Cubs. Also work with more than 100 colleges and universities, Olympic teams, and of course, many youth players. And it's the youth players where we truly see the opportunity to scale. So this next slide has a video with customer testimonials. If the sound isn't working, I don't want to waste anybody's time, but certainly if anybody—
When you share your screen there, if you can check the little boxes that say optimize for video, there's some tiny little boxes there. When you share your screen, you'll see that.
Optimize for video.
Yeah, when you want you stop sharing, share again. And then when you go to share, click, there's two boxes there. And when you click optimize for video, the sound will be checked as well.
Video. Got it. I found it. Terrific.
And make sure you check for optimize that sound as well. Both boxes should have been checked.
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right, great. Now we should be able to hear it.
We started using GameSense last year. The next year, we saw a drastic change. All of our numbers across the board went up.
We invested in GameSense and we saw significant improvements in our hitting at the national championships after using it. So it was a fantastic piece of technology for us.
I love the app because I think it has really helped me, especially in the last match I just played. I could tell a big difference on how I could anticipate where the ball was going to go. So, I mean, it clearly works.
So my sophomore year hit about, I think it was 237. The following year we started this, we brought it in over the winter, increased my batting average by 100 points. I did it on my phone, I did it on my iPad, I did it whenever I could.
The club player that's passionate will do anything to have more tennis,
more access to different, I mean, they would lap this stuff up.
Over the last year, he's implemented the Game Sense with him, and he's seen a marked improvement in his hitting. Tremendous improvement.
It's a testament to his hard work, but it's also a testament to a lot of the tools like the pitch recognition that he's been able to use.
You can have the prettiest swing, but if you can't recognize an off-speed pitch and you strike out 45% of your bats, it doesn't really make a difference how good your swing is.
These parents will pay anything to give their kid the upper hand. It's absolutely insane. Like, they're going to be all about this.
Okay, so that
That's
gives you a
really
glimpse
powerful.
of the, yes, thank you, Izzy. So it gives you a glimpse of the type of people who have used and really have come to enjoy and even rely on GameSense. And that really is just scratching the surface in terms of the scope of the total market, right? The opportunity for our products is quite massive, given the number of people who not only participate in sports, but are avid participants and want to see improvement. I mean, we're just looking at currently baseball, softball, and tennis, and that's a market of 20 million just here in the United States. That's a $240 million market opportunity. The total addressable market globally is easily over 540 million potential customers. So it's a real market. It's a real opportunity. Reaching that market, right? We have to be very effective and try to be as efficient as we can be. And we see that the youth sports market is fragmented. So we've been very strategic and very specific with how we go to market with the product. By using channel partners for distribution and promotion, we can be as efficient and effective in communicating with the right market audience, with coaches, of course, with parents. Coaches want to see their teams find success, and they want their players on their teams to improve so the team can find success. So we've engaged with travel clubs, with camps, with leagues, of course, academies. And by doing so, they push our product downstream to the players on their teams. And we look to engage with parents because, of course, parents are invested in seeing their kids not only enjoy the sports they participate in, but of course, to find great success, because the kid is going to have more fun when he's more successful. We're also, of course, using viral growth or product-led growth, meaning if I'm using GameSense as a user, I'm going to then invite Izzy to also use GameSense. Izzy, in turn, can invite Dan, and Dan, in turn, can invite someone, and so on and so forth. So we are seeing viral growth, and we're building interactivity to drive that viral growth. Here's how. I'll do a drill. A drill is 10 pitches, where each of the 10 pitches I see, I have to predict ball or strike, what kind of pitch it is. I can then challenge Dan to do the same exact drill, and we can compare who is better at doing that drill. And inherently, that enables the viral growth that I was speaking to. So in terms of the channel partners and building a truly distributed network to effectively engage and bring the product to the right audience, we've contracted and we continue to communicate with really specialized and highly positioned specific channel partners. This slide shows, you can see on the chart here what we've closed. We've got deals with Diamond Connect, Nike US Sports Camp, Fast Pitch Masters, Softball Australia, lots of organizations who are cream of the crop in their own world, in their own categories, and enabling us to reach well over 300,000 individuals. And we continue to have conversations with additional prospective channel partners who will similarly enable us to effectively and efficiently talk to the right market. And so even with just these channel partners that we've already contracted with, we're projecting that we could see annual recurring revenue well over $3 million. So our team is very much experts in the space. We're uniquely qualified to build this business and capitalize on the opportunity for a variety of reasons. The founders are PhDs. They're experts in sports science. Peter Faddy, PhD, his picture here is on the bottom left. He is the expert in video occlusion in sports. He holds a patent that is relative to our business of the idea of recognizing where the ball is going to be and how you predict where it's going to be by only seeing a portion of the video of that ball, right? I myself have worked within the business of sports for well over 25 years. That's 20 years. I worked at Major League Baseball. I worked at the NBA league office, and I've spent my career marketing, building, and promoting sports businesses. And so our group that is leading this business truly are well positioned, and we have an appreciation for the opportunity, but even more so how this product can be leveraged, presented, and used. And overall, we're selling subscriptions. This is software as a service, excuse me, stumbling on my own words here. Software as a service business where we are selling subscriptions. That's why we want to engage with the camps, coaches, the academies, the various tournaments that go on, because if we can talk to one coach, that means we can get 15 of the players on his team as subscribers, and it becomes a significantly efficient way to engage them and sell that subscription. So we want to ultimately get to be well over $100 million business. We're selling subscriptions. An annual subscription is about $100 a year. So it's easy math. If we can get 1 million subscribers over the next 5 years, we can be a $100 million business. And that's really just initially with the baseball, softball, and tennis offering. From there, we're looking to add ancillary businesses and certainly additional sports where our knowledge, our secret sauce, if you will, and understanding of how the technology can be used in other sports can help us grow. To date, we've been very resourceful. Certainly, we've bootstrapped, we've raised money from friends and family. Since launch, we've seen $500,000 top line revenue. 2022, we did just about $100,000 of top line revenue. We have proven that the market will react to this product and will accept this product. So now we want to scale our business. To do so, of course, we're looking for funding. We're currently in the midst of a bridge round. We're looking to raise $300,000. We've just secured a lead for that bridge. From there, we'd like to do a $2 million seed round. For both the bridge and the $2 million round, the majority of those dollars put towards product. We want to improve the product. We want to leverage technology and enhance the technology. Of course, we want to dive further into sales and marketing and business development to find additional channel partners to help with the distribution and the effective presentation of our product to the market. Overall, we recognize that we are giving the users an unfair advantage because we're giving them quality screen time that helps them practice a sport that they want to be better at when they don't have to be at practice, meaning they could be sitting on the couch on a Sunday afternoon and they can have positive screen time interacting with our app. We see this as a category where we can be the leader, and we are the leader because there's no one else out there. The competition in many cases, in many ways, is just the status quo, meaning just going to baseball practice after school or whatever the case may be. Again, we have a seasoned, proven team of experts in the field, domain experts, certainly. We have found strategic and very efficient ways to market business to consumer, and we are very much poised to grow. Again, looking to scale and looking for funding and assistance to help us get this rocket ship truly launched. Thanks so much.
Great job, Mike Dittleman. GameSense, awesome. I love this platform. In fact, one of my buddies gave you a thumbs up there on Facebook. We're broadcasting live there as well. He was a catcher for many years, so knows all about the pitch development and all that and trying to hit a ball, right? I think where this could go in the future with other sports is just absolutely remarkable. As you know, I'm also a wrestling coach, and it blows my mind how I call it wrestling IQ. Like, how did you not know this guy wasn't going to shoot for your leg when he did this, right? So there's just stuff that you can put together. Now, granted, some of these kids just started this year or a few years ago. I had been wrestling since 3rd grade. So, different in understanding some of the dynamics of what happens, right? But if you can teach people that there are telltale signs like a fat wrist or a skinny wrist of what's coming for fast or off speed or what have you, that's just a huge edge that someone's going to have. And as they continue using GameSense, what that does for their game, my goodness, that guy had 100 points increase on his batting average. That is absolutely remarkable. And he attributes it to GameSense.
Right.
Okay. So
right.
All that to say, what ends up happening when you start developing this technology to, hey, lacrosse for a goalie?
Sure.
What's it look like?
Soccer goalies for penalty kicks,
absolutely.
right? Hockey goalies for a puck.
Right.
Certainly cricket is a significant opportunity, right? We've already been approached by people who have asked us, could we develop the product for cricket? Because it's an incredibly popular sport, not necessarily in America, but that's okay, right? It's a global sport. And there are plenty of opportunities above and beyond these initial baseball, softball, and tennis products that we're currently offering.
And I think that's where smart investors, or how about this, strategic investors in your company, like in private equity, think about the big deals that were done with Dick's Sports, with some of these sports platforms and things like that. If you can develop someone's wrestling, soccer, football, lacrosse, baseball IQ, tennis IQ, that's a tremendous edge for $100 a year. Oh my goodness, if I told you what I pay in all of my youth sports, between equipment to camps to travel, I mean, it is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. $100, no one's going to scoff at. In fact, I think the only scoff you're going to get are the people that put money in your company and say, $100 a year, this should be $500 a year, because parents will still pay it. It's the truth, right? So anyway, I'm absolutely amazed with your platform. If you heard him mention,
we lost your audio.
Izzy, we lost your audio. Did your battery die in your headset?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I have spoken with these sports scientists, and guys, they all have more degrees than a thermometer in what they do. They're very, very bright. Okay. They understand this, and investors are going to recognize this. You have a very unique opportunity while this company is small, this small window of opportunity. There's already interest. I know I was talking with David about the interest in this bridge. So things are going to start happening, and it's going to snowball. I'm really excited for you guys. Great job, man. It's going to be an explosive company, no doubt.
Thank you, Izzy. Appreciate the opportunity to present.
Absolutely. All right, give him a round of applause. Mike Diddleman with GameSense. And up next, we've got Mary Schulenberger, right, Dan?
That's right.
All right. How we doing, Mary?
Doing good. How are you doing, Izzy? How you holding up?
Doing great, doing great. I know you're in California, but you're in San Francisco, so it's sort of like Colorado weather for you right now, right? It's like, what are you, like in the 30s?
It's sunny, but it changes.
Not like Southern California, where we had John Bird on there earlier. I was so jealous, and he was telling me about the weather that he was having there in Southern California and San Diego. But in any event, Mary, you've got something that, we talk about youth sports and everything else, and there definitely should be some partnership, I think, with GameSense and what you're doing with the iView. Because what I will tell you is that it had become a game changer for me for lacrosse games and football games, not necessarily wrestling, because I coach wrestling. I'm right there at the side of the mat, but certainly for people in the stands and my wife and everything else, it is remarkable to be able to bring that right in front of you. It's like you've got a Jumbotron in your hands and everything that you're developing for the future. And I certainly don't want to steal your thunder, but without further ado, Mary Schulenberger with iView. Take it away, Mary.
Thanks, Izzy. I'm happy to present today with all these great companies that you're showing. I founded this company on a fundamental transformation that we wanted to do for personal photography and binocular viewing. Two industries that haven't changed fundamentally in over a century. Let me talk about that in a little bit. We're all about the spectators in the stands that want to get a better view of whatever it is they're seeing. Our team is made up of creative, successful entrepreneurs. We've built companies. We've brought products to market, and we've got engineers. We're ready to go. If you could imagine, you're at a live event and you're way up in the nosebleeds where you can barely see anything. Even if you're up in a suite, you're looking at either a jumbotron or you're looking at a TV monitor most of the time because you can't see much. We've all been there. And when you're at a live event, we block our phones, don't we? We hold our phones up at arm's length and we try to capture an event, whether it might be your kid's sporting event or recital. You're holding up your phone and you're blocking the view of experiencing it right there in the moment. We're changing that with iView. It combines the power of the smartphone with binocular viewing. You simply slip your smartphone into the device like this. It's super lightweight. We have a proprietary touchpad on top that maps to our app. So you're able to zoom in, view, capture photos, record, even live stream the action all at the same time. And we have advanced optics that magnify the phone screen so you're seeing everything in high definition, not like the back of your phone at arm's length. We're bringing in all the next generation capabilities like the scores and stats of these players so that when you're at the game, you're seeing just as much as what you could see when you're on TV, when you're watching it at home on the couch. We're bringing in artificial intelligence, AR, multi-camera functions, object tracking, all on a curated content platform. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you one of our team members who's also an investor and former CEO of SoftBank, Steve Kalman. He's going to share with you our exciting and compelling market opportunity and why this is such a compelling investment.
Hi, all. Pleasure to be here. The place for me to start really is why is a guy who has done, $1 billion of exits. I don't know how many companies I've done, led, and grown at this point in time. I've never done a consumer company. So I'm not in this because it's a consumer company. I'm not the greatest consumer marketeer there ever was. The reason I'm in this is because I learned through actual use the compelling nature of this product. The whole notion, Mary had a slide, she shows multiple slides with people behind, the phone and so forth. Hey, it really boils down to the little statement that she said that says capture or watch. That's the issue, right? Which is it? Do you want to watch what you came to see, or do you want to capture it? That's what the phone offers today. What we're offering is to do both at the same time. The story that I'm talking about is when I went to two of my grandkids' recitals, and they went through the whole thing. I've got the arm, it's shaken after 20 minutes, and so forth. And one of my grandkids ran up to me after the recital and said, Papa, did you see me? When I lied, I immediately knew I had to call Mary because I lied and said I saw it. I never saw anything. I was looking at the back of my phone. So what value did I bring to this is really to help Mary stay focused on how to build a very large company because this market is so big. One of the very first things we did was hire a couple of outside firms that have done this type of stuff for Silicon Valley numerous times. And, you know, because there's so many different market segments, you know, for instance, that's one of the places that we started. Where do we go? Where do we start? We got to have some traction on the ground here, and we can't go to every marketplace at one time. You can't, it's just impossible. Anybody that's built a startup company knows that you have to focus someplace first. What we found was through that third-party study of real people who have this problem that we're talking about is the parents of kids in sports. Now, whether they are highly competitive or whether it's amateur, it doesn't really matter. That breaks down in several ways, not the place for us to cover that right now. But when you think about it, there's 124 million households in this country. All right. Now, when people, I see this all the time as an investor. Well, if I only get this percentage of homes, or this marketplace, we're going to be big, really big. That's not the game. I don't invest in companies personally that do that, by the way. And before I move on and off this slide, I should also say the second biggest go-to market was literally sports again, but and large venues, whether it's concerts and so forth as well. But you can imagine all the uses from camping and hunting to parades to graduations is a really interesting one that compels parents often. So in any case, Mary, let's go to the next slide if I could. So when we did this study, one of the things that I wanted to boil this thing down to was, well, I get there's all of these homes. How many people give and will put out real money to do this, real money? So the second firm that we went to that actually we could forecast with their results because they were able to predict exactly what they thought would occur based on these target market segments or initial target market segments that we're talking about. So what they said was, look, there are, something to the tune of 10 million households with kids in sports that had a very high likelihood. And at the bottom of this chart, you'll see what I mean. 55% were extremely likely. Okay, this isn't one of those things about, SAMs and TAMs. This is a further refinement, as you will see here, that there was an 80% plus probability of purchase in the next 9 months. And then the next level down was a 32% that were somewhat likely. Okay, of course, that's lower. What does this translate to? And understand, by the way, this isn't just a hardware play, but the initial purchase, that translates to $1.75 billion in just those two market segments. And, there are at least a dozen of them for us to attack vigorously. So having said that, and Mary alluded to, and so I don't take up too much of your time, this play is in fact it's a consumer play. There's a piece of hardware. That hardware is a platform. All of that AR, AI, all of that capability are things that you pay for monthly or by the drink, for that matter, that are over and above our standard come with the product app. So that turns into that infamous ARR that we all look for, turns into some pretty compelling EBITDAs around year 5 or so. In fact, Mary, if you could go to the next slide. And all I'm going to do here is point out several things, but so I don't make you go blind. We are not going out to all of the marketplaces at one time. $299 retail. for this product. And we're going out to, parents of kids and youth sports first. Then the subscriptions to SaaS and so forth are a quick follow. They are not all done at this point. The other segments that we start jumping into are in year 4, as you can see, and we don't even hit distribution, resale, dealers, and so forth through year 5. Why? Well, simply stated, because with a lot of experience I have in that channel, they don't want anything that hasn't got a proven take rate, period, in the conversation. So unless you want to give up way too much. So that said, what you see is we got gross margins in the 70th percentile, out there, as we start really hitting our stride. We have over 30% EBITDAs. What we're looking to do right now is to finish our seed round, which is another 500,000. We've raised in total just over $1 million to date. And that was a good chunk of that was friends. We looked to raise about $1 million, in seed, of which we raised half. Where all of that money is going to go, all of it is going to the notion of proving the take rate further. That's literally where we came up to. The product is done. It's in inventory. We've gone through all the manufacturability stuff and so forth. And so that part, we've done some risk removal by having gotten that done, if that's proper English. And from here, it's really putting money into the media. It's a direct to consumer play. And, we are building some additional relationships within there to help push it through, somewhat similar to what Mike Diddleman said a little while ago, where you've got partners, at the coaching level and so forth that could help you potentially push some of this through. So, that said, that really is the crux of our situation. We'll do a Series A actually very soon after the completion because of the seed, because we only need about 3 months of seed. Gives you a markup opportunity fairly quickly. And obviously the idea of walking into any Series A player with proof of take rate's a great way to negotiate. So in short, I think that I've covered, really where we're at right now and what we're trying to accomplish relatively quickly. So I'm going to relinquish this back to Mary and Izzy and see if there's any questions.
Thanks so much, Steve. Izzy's
Mary,
been...
talking about, sorry to interject there.
No, that's
just talking
okay.
about some of the use cases in sports. One of the things that Steve and I were kicking around as well. Hey, Steve, how are you?
I'm good, sir.
Was the exciting piece with even the golf space, right? Because you go to all these different golf courses and some of them have fancy schmancy golf carts that have the GPS and everything else. But if I've got an iView, I don't have to worry about that. I have all that when I need. It can give me the lay of the land of the course. And you and I were talking about some other things where we're not at liberty to share here now. But you're on a technology dev sprint where we can continue doing updates similar to what iPhone does with everything else. And that's exciting. There are so many applications here. Like one of the use case scenarios I loved that Steve had mentioned, not that I'm a bird enthusiast, but there are folks out there that can utilize this. And if they're looking at a bird with their iView, we can have a database of what kind of bird that is. And, sometimes birds will come across my backyard and my kids are like, wow, that's a beautiful bird. And I'm like, I have no clue what that is. Sorry, but I could with my iView tell you exactly what that is. So can you speak to the dev sprint you're on, whatever you're able to reveal as far as, potential partnerships and conversations, because there's some exciting things happening that I think if the investors were able to take a peek under the hood and look at everything happening in iView, you'd probably get capitalized today. So please share.
Well, I can only share so much, but we are wanting to integrate like player tracking, so that when you're in the stands, you'd be especially as a parent that's with a competitive athlete, being able to actually focus on their athlete so that they can get better video, better coverage, but be able to for scouting and for scholarships and such, and also various camera views. Can you imagine if you are say you're at a a pro sports game, an NFL game, and you're over at the end zone where you want to see what it looks like on the 50-yard line, tapping into some of those cameras. Again, just an incredible game changer for the spectator.
Yeah. If I might interject on this a little bit.
Sure.
Imagine yourself at any type of event, game otherwise, right? And what you're doing is taking your eyes off of what you came to see. You're looking at the back of your phone, looking up a bird, looking up some player stats about, how did this team do last year, same venue, da, 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 da. And what are you doing? You're looking at the back of your phone. The neat thing about having a view that, Izzy, I like the way you said it, like a personal Jumbotron, right? It's like, as we measured it, it seems to be something like looking at a 6-foot screen. So what you're able to do is to bring that information into a side, the top, or wherever it might place on your screen without giving up the view, of what you came for. That's why it's compelling. We are not going to invent AR or AI. That's not what we're about. What we do is partner up for integrating to take the best advantage of our product uniquely, by the way. So you can't be running this, on your phone someplace else or something. And those are the types of relationships that we are looking for right now. So we're not at liberty to discuss some of those, but you can certainly see some. I was really taken aback with Mike Dillman's thing because, look, with GameSense, just by way of an example, right? If you can improve your abilities by looking at the back of a screen that's 4 inches, okay, how much better would it be if you were looking at a 6-foot screen?
Sure. Sure.
And I'm not a PhD, but I know it's a lot better. So,
yep. That's a great
yeah,
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love some of these use cases with tracking, right? Because, some of the things we talked about, Mary, was maybe the first down marker is sending a signal to my iView because there's a tracking system in there that I can pick that up and know exactly where the first down line is. Because we talked a little bit about terrible spots, and gosh, you got to see some of these parents, man. They get so upset when their running back son just ran and they spot the ball 3 yards behind where the actual ball. Well, that's a terrible spot. What is this guy doing, right? And they start yelling and worse. But now you can see it on the iView, right? And see that, yeah, he crossed the plane, or he crossed the plane in the touchdown area, and he crossed it for a first down. There are so many exciting applications. I'm really looking forward to seeing this capitalized, because in the world of sports, it's going to become a household name the way GoPro did. Much to my surprise, I was like, when that GoPro first came out years ago, I'm like, who in the world is going to put this on the top of their head on a helmet or whatever? That's absolutely ridiculous. They're not going to do it. Now I go skiing and I see so many people wearing a GoPro. Okay. So in the stands, let me just tell you from my experience, when I brought up my iView to my face and I'm watching this, they're like, oh, what are those, like binoculars or something? I'm like, better try. Okay. They look at it and they're like, wow, that is absolutely amazing.
That's what they say. Wow.
Yeah. It's so crisp because you're using the amazing technology in these iPhones, and we can talk about other things that we'll be doing in the future. But needless to say, you're looking at this, and what a view of everything that you get, crystal clear. Then you can zoom in and out. Now with this potential tracking technology on the Dev Sprint here, where I can just hit that and make sure it's following my player the whole time. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
You know,
Super
Izzy,
impressive.
real quickly again is because you brought up GoPro, and again, a lot of us put money in GoPro very early on, and boy, watching them scale was a joy. You know, there were soft spots in some of their execution, but leaving that aside, we also watched that you know, post public offering. That thing went out, flattened out, dropped down, and you know, basically went into the crapper. And the big difference between us and them is that company was built as a hardware company. When
Yeah.
they figured out the mistake that they made and then tried to bring that back into basically a software company, an integrated software company, I'll let you guys figure out whether that's still a good investment or not. But I can tell you this, I've run a lot of companies. I have never been able to pull off what I just said. You cannot make a hardware company into a software company. You can start
Yeah.
out that way and have hardware as well, but you can't go back and redo it. As hard
As I tell all my client
software's a big-
companies, it's so hard to put the toothpaste back in the tube, right?
Yeah.
Once once that comes out and the world
Perfectly
views you
seen.
that way,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
What I love about the iView, to your point, this is not only the ability to engage with hardware, but the software platform and how I can go live on Facebook. You know, the challenges I had just for this event to go live with my iView, it's a click of a button, or it's not even a
Right,
button,
right.
it's just on the touchpad, and boom, I'm live, right? And that's what's so exciting about that, because everyone wants to broadcast their kid at an event or anything else. And anyway, I know we're out of time here, but I am so excited about iView, and I'm looking forward to seeing it get capitalized. I just wanted to hit on those touch points so investors can either hear that live now or on a recording. Great job, Mary. Great job, Steve.
Thank you.
Excited for this.
Thanks, Steve.
Great job. Give them a round of applause. All right. Up next, who do we got, Dan?
Anna's up next.
Anna Castro with All Rise Mission. Let's go ahead and spotlight her.
Here I am, Izzy.
There she
Hi.
is. How are you, Anna? It's great to see you.
Nice to see you too, Izzy.
How are things in Savannah, Georgia?
A little bit on the cold side.
Okay.
We're
I
used
get it.
to a warmer.
I get it. I'm a
weather.
New Yorican, right? You know, even though I grew up in New York and it was freezing cold, my parents made that flight of, you know, from freezing down to the warm weather in Miami. And they think I'm crazy. I think I am too, but I love Colorado. Colorado's great. In any event, Anna, you've been building a remarkable platform. And when I think about other platforms that come into the marketplace and oftentimes are perceived as one thing and then another, with yours, the help that you can bring to communities with All Rise Mission is absolutely remarkable. And I'm really looking forward to seeing projects get undergirded by way of what you're able to do, the resources that you can pull together by simply clicking some buttons. Your vision is absolutely incredible. And I'm looking forward to investors seeing this because it's remarkable what you've been able to do in a very short period of time. So without further ado, my good friend and colleague, Anna Castro, give her a round of applause and take it away, Anna. Go ahead and share your screen.
Of course. Thank you, Izzy. I appreciate the great introduction, and thank you to the audience that is listening to this presentation. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing. All Rise Mission does accelerate business and disrupt development in every underserved community while caring for their natural resources. It all started many years ago when I was visiting different countries as president of engineering organizations. I saw a common scenario that impacted my life, and it was this scenario: gorgeous structures in the middle of misery. And by visiting these communities, you'll find not only the lack of essential infrastructure, but also suffering, challenges, and so many needs. The problem of these settlements are the causes, many reasons: migration, depression, poverty, informal economy, poor planning, social conflicts, and the list goes on. The poor infrastructure is due to the lack of developmental resources, and there's a worldwide population of over 1 billion living in slums worldwide. It's terrible. I also saw this scenario. People with their small businesses trying to make it in this environment, volunteers and entities trying to address the burdens. Despite their combined effort, this is not going to change. Why is it not going to change? The majority of the business owners lack college education or business foundation. Today, it's key to have online presence. Approximately 30% of the small businesses just in the United States do not have online presence. Therefore, they don't show up in search engines and social media. Customers struggle to navigate the internet in a meaningful way when in search of basic business and living assistance. And entities addressing burdens, they don't work as a team. They are driven first by their organization's principles and interests. My family and I came to live to the United States. We became citizens, and it's in this blessed country where I finalized the solution that I understand from bottom to top. Our platform helps struggling communities to build prosperity by connecting services with residents trying to start or grow their businesses. We are a one-stop shop offering 4 main services. And in order to our audience to understand the impact of how ROS Mission operates, I'm going to bring a customer journey illustration. You can see the before ROS Mission illustration and the with ROS Mission illustration. Here you find our customer, our small business owner, trying to make it between this, in the middle of this environment. You see a stray dog, you see homeless person, you see all the garbage. This community doesn't have even a wastewater system. He hears about ROS Mission app, and he starts by listening to 2 tutorials. One of them, with the first one, he is able to create a website and a social media account the same day. By listening to the second tutorial, he gets awareness if he's working on the business or in the business. He is able to upgrade the service to pay membership and get assistance for market, financial resources, and business guidance. By accessing the local directory, he finds assistance for the homeless person and shelter for the stray dog. With our local directory for startups, he finds a startup that is addressing garbage, bringing innovation, opportunities, and jobs also. And he gets notice also that ROS Mission is bringing a wastewater system to town. In a timely manner, this is what is going to happen once ROS Mission is implemented. You now can see a clean road, no garbage, no homeless person, no stray dog, and our customer, our small business owner, thriving with his business. Because communities are different in sizes and priorities, ROS Mission arrives understanding its potential, its resources, and its burdens, packed with local data. Think about Craigslist. This platform serves customers by location. Our revenue streams are based on subscriptions, referral fees, and affiliate marketing and advertising services. our market size. We were surprised with Dan, our financial expert. But is real the data that we have, starting with our total addressable market in reference to the subscriptions, our universe, we were the ones, it's a 2.77 billion population between individuals in a line of work to the small businesses, considering to charge them in the subscription of paid membership, $50 per year. And the subscriptions for our local directory for NGOs and philanthropies, there's a universe of around 60 million organizations today, and we consider charging them $600 per year. In our referral fees, we do affiliate marketing by referring businesses in our platform to our customers, and we also address the need for infrastructure that today is $49 trillion. RS Mission is going to charge a fee by bringing this essential infrastructure projects to communities. And our advertising services is based on the local directory of startups. What do startups want? Startups want to grow, startups want exposure. Bringing a total addressable market of $21 trillion. If we do this in the 5 countries where our team is located, our projections will be $5.8 trillion. If we now move from bottom to top, we will make our first $1 billion around 8.5 years. And our 5-year projection, our revenue looks like $171 million. All this with very, very conservative assumptions. We are starting with 1 community the first year and ending with 12 communities. The traction that we're having today, we got a community ready. That means we have a sale, we have an order. The community is in need of a wastewater system. It is a 7,000 population and is in urgent need. It's ready to go. Because we have this project in line, we contacted the president of the World Association of Private-Public Partnerships Units and Professionals, Max Bonby, and David Baxter, a expert consultant, with the purpose to create our pilot business unit. RS Mission is closely working with Easy, Easy. Thank you very much for helping us get funded. With Paul Plushko, CEO of Startups OS. It is a tech company backed by Silicon Valley Bank, helping earlier stage founders. Sean Angus, CEO of the Launchpad Agency, a marketing company where both CEOs, Paul and him, selected RS Mission for exposure in their social media and advertisements. The Shutter News invited RS Mission for a short interview. Lita Rauser, a business advisor on behalf of Purdue University and ISBDC, Indiana Small Business Development Center. She is all about supporting, validating, and ready to get into a group call when needed to support RS Mission effort. We look forward to work with investors in the long term to make RS Mission's magic a reality. Our team, we are a profoundly diverse team, understanding that as humans, we have the same basic needs. The gentlemen in the middle, they are all founders. Ken and Mukesh are NGO founders, and they are committed to community development. Salar is an entrepreneur at heart. He's the founder of 2 startups. Rick Spindler has the role of advisor. He's a seasoned construction project manager, built over 1,000 projects. Myself as well, I have 20 plus years as a general contractor running my business, my construction business. And I am experienced on international and national due diligence, public and private institutions. How does our 3-year milestone look like? In the first 9 to 13 months, we get prototype ready and tested. First community launched with an ask of $500K. Our second phase, up to 18 months, we consider and estimate a revenue of $9 million. We're going to be in revenue by then. And by the 36th month, we mass scale with a $76 million estimated in revenue. Our channels, mainly, our strategy is the word of mouth. But of course, we're going to use flyers, opening events, radio, direct sales, retail, as per recommendations from our marketing experts. Our partners and customers, social media, search engines, non-government organizations, tech companies, and field experts. Our competitions, they are excellent in doing pieces of what Our Rise mission does, but there's no one doing the whole experience that Our Rise mission is bringing. We can mention UNICE, that is an organization expert in private-public partnerships. Search engines, you can find information, but they won't upgrade you to focus on a one-on-one to serve you. The Chamber of Commerce serves the small businesses, but the service is limited, and so forth with the list of our competition. The use of funds is going to be, as you can see in this table, in our first phase, employees 54%, technical equipment 20%, services and legal 4%, and sales and research 22%. The world needs Our Rise mission. We can do the magic, disrupt and accelerate community development. Yes, we can change the world. Thank you for the time. And that's
Great job, Anna. Great job, Anna. Give her a round of applause. Excellent job. I love your heart for this area and developing countries and underdeveloped countries. And there are so many resources that are natural resources that are available in some of these places, but they just don't have the ability to access them. With bright minds like yours and the team that you've brought together, which reads like a who's who in project management and development of projects, it's absolutely incredible. And I think it's some of the touch points that investors look for, where they would say, who's backing this? Who are the players on the field that I can ensure are going to help Anna get this project to fruition, or get All Rise mission to be able to undergird the projects that are out there. You know, you look in the area in social impact investing as well. There's a lot of tax benefits around the country where I believe All Rise mission could be a major partner in the billions of dollars that are being transacted in social impact initiatives. So it's a platform that we got to get funded. It's out there to help people not only here in our backyards in the United States, but around the world. There are developing countries. We've really become a global economy, right? You know, if you looked at things hundreds of years ago, would it matter if you know, some supply chain issues in China or other countries were cause for concern for war? No, it wasn't an issue because we weren't a global economy. Now we are. So we need global economic development leaders like yourself that visibility to be heightened, that you're there to help them, to coordinate and integrate resources that are available. So if you're an investor listening in or just joined us listening in, one of the things that I want to immediately quell and clear up is that oftentimes when people look at Anna's offer, they think it's something related to benevolence or nonprofit or, well, think about this for example. A nonprofit organization still pays for certain services. So a nonprofit, while they are a nonprofit on their own, could connect with All Rise Mission, right, and pay for those service fees and see that duplicated throughout others as well. So yes, she absolutely would work with a nonprofit, but just like a power company, cell phone company, any service company, utility, what have you, they would work and maybe give a discount to those type of organizations, but they don't say, it's for free because you guys are you're do-getters. Doesn't work that way, right? There is a lot of money, a lot of profit to be made by going out and doing good. And hats off to Dan, how he helped build the model that opened your eyes, right, Anna? Where you were like, whoa, I was underselling this. There's a lot of money out there. Okay.
It's incredible. It's massive, the business that is being lost. Our customers definitely don't want charity, but there are our customers, many of them are struggling. Many of them that they are, I'm sorry, not customers, because our customers are doing businesses, but they are in the middle of an environment that struggles. What we do is bring exposure to those entities that are helping and put it handy in an app. Have you seen an app where you can find, where you see a stray dog and you can right away locate an organization that will take care of that dog? It does, you don't see it. It's not there. That's what All Rise Mission is bringing.
Yeah, it's exciting. Well, Anna, great job. It was a great presentation. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you capitalize, because this is something that certainly the world needs. And it's a mission, hence in your name, that I think when it's undergirding can bring so much value around the globe. So great job. Give her a round of applause. Excellent job, Anna. And up next, who have we got? Jason Deese. Yes, my pleasure.
Yep, Jason's up next.
Jason, if you can turn your camera on so Dan can spotlight you, that'd be great.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing great. Oh man, you're in your car. You gonna be able to do this?
Yeah, I know. We're gonna make this work. I apologize, but we just got out of the PGA Super Show selling some products, so I have some good information to share from that. So I kind of wanted to get on here regardless if we could. Izzy.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I certainly love your tenacity, and even though you've got someone driving you there, excited for you to share some of the details in your company. So without further ado, let's pass it over to this amazing technology, saving lives. Already you've been out to India, where thousands of lives are lost every year with lightning strikes and things like that. If they had flashed AI, what a difference that would make. So Jason Deese, Flash Technologies. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, so no presentation today, so I apologize for that, but just wanted to talk a little bit about our background for those of you who haven't heard, and where we came from and some of the traction, especially recently, that we've had. We specialize in weather intelligence. I'm a research meteorologist with 25 years experience, and meteorological team that I put together, we have over 60 years experience. I started off with the National Weather Service, spent 21 years with the National Weather Service, bouncing around offices from Tampa to Atlanta, Jacksonville, all offices in the Southeast. Number one request with all of those was for lightning prediction, which is something we didn't have. We didn't have lightning prediction. We couldn't tell emergency managers where the lightning was going to be in relation to their concert, to their county fair. Just really frustrating for me. And as a dad, I have 4 kids, 2 girls who played softball. Those umpires were thirsting for a solution, a simple solution. They didn't want the decision in their hands. They wanted the decision to be made for them, but it just didn't exist. And so, I put together an algorithm that kind of cobbled together some other research combined with my own research, and put together something that I thought could actually save lives. And from a monetary standpoint, we could predict not only the beginning of the lightning, but the end of lightning. And so we could shave off that precious time off that 30 minutes. That's just an arbitrary number. And so I went after a patent was my first step, and received a patent in just 4 months. And so that's when things really changed. I appreciate you pulling that up, Izzy. Yeah, we can go through that if you don't mind. So the patent was issued in just a short 4 months. And so once it was issued, my patent attorney came to me and was like, listen, I don't know how big you've been thinking, but you need to think much bigger. So that's what we did. We started thinking much bigger and put a team of advisors around me from the entrepreneurial world. And we went out and raised money on Start Engine, which is in the crowd first. We did really well there. We were given 6 months to raise $1 million. We did it in 6 weeks. And it's really resonated with the crowd because not only are we have a solid business plan for making a ton of money, but we're also going to be doing good in this world. And much like the last presentation, this idea of socially conscious efforts and doing good in the world, that's really resonating. So you can see that from this slide, weather disasters are becoming more frequent and costly. So in the 80s and 90s, there were $86 billion weather disasters. But since then, there's been 184. And so a lot of that is due to climate change, but it's also due to there's just more things that can be damaged and destroyed. And so these big cities that are developing, we can, there's a lot more to be damaged. So $80 billion due to wildfire losses. Can we go back to that one slide real quick?
Yep.
One previous, yeah. $80 billion losses due to wildfires, 15 billion winter storms, 30 billion losses due to aviation delays, and 2 billion in lightning claims. So we did start with lightning. That's the one we started with. Lightning will be increasing by 30% through 2100. And so that's the one we started with. But all of these, we built this incredible AI engine now, deep learning, artificial intelligence. Now we can take in any weather parameter. Once we get the investment, we'll be moving on from the lightning prediction onto these other aspects of prediction, including hurricanes, tornadoes. We have a tornado warning tool that'll knock your socks off that I can show you as well. So wildfire, though, that's a big one for us. We can actually get people out to wildfires, and what was once a 1,000-acre fire, we can get them out there when it's 100 acres. So we can tell them, hey, the lightning's going to be here at 4:45 at this hot spot, and it's going to probably produce some type of wildfire. So we can actually mitigate the size of the fire. So we're excited about that. We're working with a company called Terra to do that. Winter storms.
Is it possible even to irrigate that, Jason, where they could wet that down and say, hey, that's highly unlikely that it would start a fire if it's not so hot and then it gets absorbed into the atmosphere. But yeah, I mean, if you can give them that kind of warning ahead of time where they could soak something down, that would be a huge differentiator.
Right. We've actually started producing a 6-hour forecast for lightning too. So you can imagine now that we're getting that much lead time on telling them where these wildfires are going to be. And to your point, there are companies out there right now that are selling irrigation units for the home, and we can integrate our API with them, tell them, hey, wildfire conditions look like they're going to be prime, and that they can have their irrigation systems turned on to prevent those areas. So yeah, exactly. There's a host of applications we can combine with, which we've been doing through channel partners as well. So
absolutely incredible.
Yeah, these are the ones that I was talking about: lightning, tornadoes, wind, hurricanes, you name it. Aviation hazards. I mean, we've been getting asked about turbulence like crazy, so we're going to produce a turbulence forecast. Hail forecast is not on here, but we've been asked about that from insurance. Hail is one of the precursors to lightning, so it's going to be real easy for us to turn on the hail one too. So the insurance companies are really excited about that as well.
Jason, can you speak to for a second before I jump to that next slide? Just talking about aviation, the amount of money that can be saved for an airplane that is circling an airport because there's lightning and they're above the storm and they're just sitting there circling, waiting for that to clear up. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so the stat that we use, I think he's referring to, is a Boeing jet burns a gallon of fuel per second circling a runway. So I mean, when you think about how much fuel that is, time is precious to them. Any minutes they can save and get those planes down, get the planes that are on the ground in the air. So it's not only the planes in the air burning fuel, but everything matters in aviation. It's a trickle down effect. So if they lose 2 minutes, then they might lose 2 pilots who run out of time. If they lose those 2 pilots and those passengers, they have to get hotels, and that plane gets canceled, and then they have to move those passengers somewhere else. So it's all a trickle down effect for these aviation. Everything about it saving time. So we did pricing studies with Southwest Airlines. If we can save them just airline, but that's the en route stuff. That doesn't count. That doesn't count any of the other trickle down effects from that. So that's why aviation's so big for us. We've partnered with JetNet, 1200 Aero, Smart Sky, and we've recently looked at getting into the new next gen aviation where they're going to optimize routes. So get our product seamlessly integrated into the next gen for smarter routing of aircraft.
Okay, hitting the next slide here.
Yeah, so we've talked about this already, so I think we can move on from this. We do offer prediction lead time, not 2 hours now, but it's actually 6 hours. No hardware needed across any of these. We have a software only solution where we're relying on National Weather Service radar data, but we also provide the end of lightning. So not only the same algorithm used to predict the first strike is used to predict the last strike. So those days of 30 minutes after the last rumble of thunder, those days are over with Flash. We're here at this PGA show. They're so excited about that. They have, their golfers are ready to get back on the course. We can safely tell them, hey, and one of their pain points is these systems that are already out there, they'll tell them lightning is done and they can get back out on the course, but they can't see into the atmosphere. And there's another thunderstorm that develops and brings it right back off. Ours is a true all clear. Really gives them an all clear and tells them that the activity is truly over. They can get back out there and be assured that they can complete their round. So
that is so remarkable, Jason, because I can just tell you from my own personal experiences in golf, there are a lot of people that will just leave. They're like, you know what? I played 9. I'm just going to call it a day. They just lose that revenue. And what ends up happening is these folks want rain checks and things like that. So there's lost revenue there, or they're just not even coming back into, the halfway house to stick around for a little while if they don't know, when this is going to. So anyway, huge loss of revenue there.
So let me tell you a little bit about the golf, since I just came from the PGA show. I mean, we had tremendous results for us. It wasn't just signing up golf courses, but we, because we have an API, we can integrate with these golf carts, and so that we can get our lightning messages on the golf cart, tell people when the lightning's coming. We integrated with these golf course management companies, one of which has over 800 courses. Another one we're going to be getting in with is North Star, who's not only with golf courses, but they're with homeowners associations. So and when lightning is going to go away. And so we in this one event, we probably got access to over 1,500 customer bases with our product just through this channel partners integration that we're going to continue to do.
Yeah, what I need to introduce you to Steve Coleman and Mary Schulenberger of iView, because if they can have this embedded in an app when they're utilizing their technology on golf courses and get a ping when someone is trying to measure the distance to the pin, that would be really helpful. So I can definitely make that introduction for sure.
Absolutely. So this is the traction that we got. We just got our graphics from them showing how they're going to display, but this brings Flash to 40% of all media outlets in the US. We're not satisfied with that, though. We're doing demos, trial basis with IBM graphics, which would take us to the remaining 60% of all news markets. So we would literally be on 100% of news stations across the nation with our lightning forecast. And the reason is there's no competition. No one else is producing a lightning forecast. And so it'll set the stage for our expansion into tornadoes and hurricanes. But Barron's got an aggressive marketing campaign that's going to push our product out for this springtime, as the thunderstorms increase in February and March. 1200 Aero, we've got to deal with them, as I mentioned, and we're integrated with their software, and so that we can push that out to 4,000 small and medium-sized airports. And as mentioned, India, I just got off the phone with them this morning. We are a go for the pilot program for Madhya Pradesh. Not only are they going to provide the resources in terms of contacts, but they're actually going to provide money for this pilot program that's going to take it to all of Madhya Pradesh and then hopefully all of India. They had 47 deaths last year in 1 week due to monsoon. So, it's not just a nuisance to them, the lightning. It's a real problem. And so we're expanding into South America, into the mining community. So we're really excited about that. So we've got a lot of great things going on as far as expansion globally with this product as well. We're speaking from the last talk as well. This idea of socially conscious type corporate sponsorship. We're leaning heavily into that. We have talks with Esri going on right now in the mapping community, talks with Amazon, who's hosting all of our data. We have talks with Synovus Bank ongoing. So the idea is Flash is a software solution. We can go into any city tomorrow, say Dallas, Texas, for instance, and we can say, hey, we'll protect every youth sports field, every park in Dallas, Texas. And we can do that starting tomorrow, send notifications out, protect you from lightning. We just need the help and the money and the resources to do it. Synovus or Esri, or they give us the money, we protect the field, and they get to advertise that this field is protected by Esri services. So it's kind of a win-win-win for all parties involved, and we're really leaning heavy to the American Family Insurance. That's another one we're talking to tomorrow. They're really interested in this aspect of protection from an insurance aspect as well.
Excellent.
As mentioned, we are going to make a ton of money with this company. We're confident. So, Washington, D.C., 3 killed, 1 in critical condition. Fort Gordon this past summer, 1 killed, 9 injured. We had 45 minutes advance notice on both of those lightning strikes that killed those individuals. This is here to save lives. I mean, how many technologies can you say that as soon as it's implemented, we're actually going to save them? So we're excited about that, but we want to get it out to as many people as possible while maintaining the financial integrity of what we need to do. Next slide. So we're a fully integrated API. We can go anywhere. That's why we're doing these channel partners. It's really easy for us to do. We also have a notification only service where you can get these piped to your cell phone through text alerts. Lightning is coming in 60 minutes, 40 minutes, 20 minutes, and then give you the final all clear as well. Perfect for multiple sectors. We always joke, what's your market? Well, it's anything outdoors. But we have focused on public safety, insurance, utilities, and aviation as our main sectors. We have beta tests underway with Disney, United, Space Force, and now Space Harbor as well. So we have our lightning products are complete. First strike tells users when the first strike will occur, and then we have the all clear as well. So we really have a total lightning solution. We also have a hardware component now that actually prevents lightning over a 10-acre area. So we've got one golf course up in Columbus, Ohio. They're using the hardware unit to protect the halfway house, as you mentioned, Izzy, the clubhouse, the tennis courts, and then they use the software portion to alert people to make their way to the halfway house or make their way back to the clubhouse. So we really have a total lightning solution now in which we seamlessly integrated our software and hardware component as well.
Lost your audio there, Jason, if you can hear me. Jason, you there? Okay. Was intellable there for a little bit. If you can still hear me, go ahead.
I was just talking about the total lightning side. I don't know how much you heard, but combining the software and the new hardware portion that we have, we're protecting the entire country club.
That's exciting.
Yeah, so lots of opportunity. This is, for our ask, what we're looking at is incredible data that we're moving back and forth. So on the order of fortnight, using the past to predict the future, it takes a lot of data. And so we're spending a lot with Amazon, but we also are new. No one knows the power of prediction. No one knows that we're able to do prediction. That's what we're finding out at this golf event and other events that we're doing. Is we need to promote this. We need to get the marketing out there. We need to actually get this out there that, hey, there's a different solution. There's a better solution out there. You don't have to rely on just detection. We can actually predict and create new markets. Fire is a new market now. We can mitigate fires, but they need to know that. So, we have this range of 5 to 7 to 10 million that we're seeking, but it all depends on how much we can bring in software engineers to bring those new products, tornadoes, winds, hurricanes online. What kind of marketing do we explode into the market? And then our capacity with our software, Amazon capacity for speed and storage, because it is an incredible amount of data that we need to turn on tornadoes and hurricanes.
Yeah, that's super valuable. I'm even thinking in the cruise market, how they can elevate their prices, where they can guarantee, hey, you know what? If we go out on the cruise and there's something on the horizon that we didn't know about, they have this flash technology from you where they can go to another area in the Caribbean and avoid that and not have to just come back to port saying, sorry, folks, but we can't go out.
Absolutely. And matter of fact, we partner with a company called My Captain, who specializes in charter boat fishing. So kind of the same realm, where they're using our technology to determine where the thunderstorms are going to be, and if they can go out to that area, if they need to choose another area.
It's amazing.
So yeah, this is our team. We call ourselves a small but powerful team, and then we have a list of strategic advisors, and advisors is long that includes the CEO of JetNet, CEO of Jet Token, and a long list of entrepreneurs and people in the financial world to help us navigate some of these things, but also strategic advisors in aviation, where we believe it'll be such a big sector. So I do apologize for the choppiness of this and trying to get this going, but we did just get out.
Oh,
of the
no
show.
problem.
I really wanted to present some of the latest of what we had to share, so appreciate everybody being patient with me.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'll tell you what, I mean, I think some of the most exciting things with this are the obvious: saving lives, saving billions of dollars in disaster situations where, I mean, I think about California wildfires, Colorado wildfires. If we could know ahead of time where to soak down, 10 acres, that would be incredibly valuable, because it starts there and then it moves on, right? So amazing what you're doing with Flash, and thank you so much. I know you've been on the road going to conferences and showing off your technology. I am so super stoked to get you capitalized, because you will be out there saving lives. So great job. Give Jason a round of applause. Excellent job. Thanks so much for plugging in, even though you're on the road. You've been a road warrior for a while, and totally appreciate it. So, all right. Yeah, my pleasure. Up next, we've got Orlando Rodriguez with Aya Biosciences. And you know what, Orlando, you know that I want this so badly for my family, right? Not only do I have migraine sufferers in my household, unfortunately, my wife and my daughter have been dealing with that. You're on mute, by the way, Orlando. As well as my kids. What this could do for the concussion area. We had another concussion on our wrestling team. Okay. I saw 2 more at a tournament, and it just keeps coming up what we can do with this cool ice technology. I can't believe, or electric ice rather. I am so excited to see this come to market. And it's not like we need a whole lot of money.
Right.
Once we do that, this thing is really going to take off. We're not worried about FDA approvals or anything like that. This just works. So I don't want to steal your thunder, Orlando, but without further ado, would you help me welcome Orlando Rodriguez with Aya Biosciences? Go ahead, Orlando, take it away.
Thanks, Izzy. I appreciate it. So as Izzy has already said, the name of our company is Aya Biosciences, and we are basically reinventing cold therapy with what we're calling electric ice. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present today, Izzy. I really appreciate it, and thanks to all the viewers as well. So we are a science-driven company, and science will really be the one thing that will differentiate us. For those of you that are not familiar with cold therapy, think of it as ice, using ice to basically treat somewhere on your body that has pain and applying ice to it. So again, our scientific veracity will give us that enduring competitive advantage. We are currently development stage company and have proof of concept prototypes, which we'll talk about today. significant unmet need in the marketplace. And we believe we'll be able to get to market very quickly because, as Izzy's already said, for our first asset, at least, we will not require an FDA approval. We also have a team that already has multiple exits, so we've been privileged to work together as well on one of those exits. So we are experienced and have the knowledge base to be able to pull this off. What are the unmet needs, right? So everybody knows about ice. It's been around for 150 years. It works effectively. But what about ice is really not that good? And that is, delivery's antiquated. Frankly, ice is lousy for this use. It just is. Whether it's ice, whether it's circulating water, whether it's gel packs, whatever it is, not only is it an old way to do things, but it's really inconvenient and cumbersome and not easily accessible, not personalized, not controllable. So those are really all of the reasons that we got into this project. In addition to the fact that our founder is a migraineur, and you're going to hear me talk about in a minute that before we get to concussion, we're actually going to go after the migraine market because it is low-hanging fruit, as you'll hear from me in a moment. So in terms of that unmet need and thinking about cold absolutely works, right? Whether it's vasoconstriction or the other 2 or 3 ways that cold can treat pain, it works, and it's been published over and over and over again that cooling the brain and cooling the head is a very, very effective way to treat pain. Our solution is very simple, very straightforward. We have a product that we're going to start with called the SoCool Smart Migraine Relief Cap. It is wearable cooling technology that is operated with a mobile-based app and contains as its guts this electric ice that Izzy talked about a moment ago. So we have both a pain relief focus and a data focus with our SoCool product. The product itself will actually do unilateral cooling because migraineurs don't always want cooling on both sides. And our proof of concept prototypes have already shown that our technology will get down to 0 degrees centigrade, which isn't going to be used all the time because that's too cold, but it does require us to do that in order to compare ourselves to ice, obviously. The product is 100% electronic. It is self-contained. The app, which would be on a smartphone that the user would have, also collects data and eventually will use AI to predict the onset of migraines. So people can change what they're doing, change how they're eating, change their stress level or their sleep level in order to hopefully avoid a migraine. The product is lightweight and it's portable. No assembly, ice, or water, and it's worn as a cap. So it's very, very straightforward. Our number one goal with the SoCool Smart Migraine Relief Cap is to get people back to their normal activities faster. You see an artist rendition of the product here. And what I would tell you is that based on our development work, the product itself will look very similar to this in terms of its futuristic and kind of appealing nature. So what does our pipeline look like? So in terms of where we want to go with our technology as we move forward, we believe that there are a number of places that can benefit from this technology. First place we're at is the head, and that includes migraine. It includes the concussion and traumatic brain injury that Izzy's already talked about. And we think that market alone is significant to the point where we'll be able to stay there for a little while. But eventually, we're going to go to aches and pains. So instead of a cap form factor there, we would have a wraparound sleeve of some sort. Everybody has joint pain. Everybody has muscular pain and strains and sprains. And our product will be able to address that directly. And then finally, kind of our moonshot is the body's core. There's a lot of science and a lot of publications now that talk about metabolic health and cellular longevity. And we think that by taking SoCool and putting it into a blanket or a vest form factor, that we'll be able to help with aging and slowing down those metabolic processes. How does electric ice work? You're probably wondering. Well, it's super simple. I'm going to point you to the graphic on the right-hand side. And what you can see is that electricity is applied to the inside or the guts of the device. That causes cooling on one side, heating on the other. And on the cold side, which is next to the skin, we're able to deliver that cooling, as I mentioned earlier, down to 0 degrees centigrade. As you'll notice in the graphic, no ice, no water, no gel packs, no freezer, and ultimately no mess for the user. How big are these markets? So the head alone is about a $26 billion market. That includes migraine, it includes concussion, it includes traumatic brain injuries. When we move over to aches and pains, that market's even larger. That's about a $100 billion market. And if you think of the number of people that are affected and the ages and the age groups, you can see that as people age, this will become much more useful for them. And then the body's core, which is the last place that we'll go, is over a $200 billion market. So we feel very assured that we're going to be able to make SoCool and electric ice something that can be used routinely in these very large markets. We went out and did a little bit of traction work and talked to some consumers on the migraine side, and quickly found out that there's a large unmet need here. So 90% of people, or over 90% of people, use something to treat their pain, but almost 90% of them sometimes, or most of the time, don't find the relief that they need. Now, interestingly, over 50% of people with migraines actually use ice. So it won't be the only thing they use, just like SoCool, Smart Migraine Relief Cap won't be the only thing they use, but it will be one of the things they use to reduce their pain and get back to their normal activities faster. So in terms of purchase intent, we saw about a 40% purchase intent, with another 20% saying they may or may not purchase the product. And our thinking there is that we probably just need to answer a few questions for them, and then they'll be ready to buy the product. Our go-to-market strategy, very straightforward. We'll beta launch in California in likely the first quarter of next year. We will do a direct-to-consumer, basically an e-commerce play at a price point below $500. Demand creation is very straightforward, social media and all of the other digital marketing that we can find today. And then the last thing we'll do is make sure that the professionals in the industry are aware of what we're doing, educated, and if they want, they can even sell the product out of their offices. This go-to-market strategy will last for about 90 days. And as soon as that's done, we will effect a national launch in the United States. Our sales ramp looks something like this, starting in year 1 at around $15 million and ramping to year 5 at around $135 million. You can see what our EBITDA looks like there. Cost of goods comes down, obviously, with scale as we grow, but we also believe we can become more efficient in the customer acquisition. These sales, by the way, are only for the SoCool Smart Migraine Relief Cap. The concussion TBI product and the aches and pains product is not in this part of the model. You'll also notice that as we get to year 5, we have literally only penetrated, it's less than 10% of actually the serviceable obtainable market, not even the TAM, but a much smaller focus that we'll have for migraine sufferers that are in a certain category. And that number, we believe, is very attainable over the course of these 5 years. We have competition, of course. ICE, number one, that's the biggest competition we have. We're pretty comfortable going against that competition. Still a go-to for fast relief, but again, hard to calibrate, messy, and just not convenient. There are also gel packs that are out there, but those fall short as well because they're a lot like ice. And then finally, there are electronics with liquid, those types of devices. If any of you have had orthopedic surgery, you've probably used them. Circulating water, which ends up spilling all over the place. They're bulky, they're heavy. And so again, we believe that our SoCool innovation with the electric ice technology will be much more convenient as well as easy to use than anything that's out there right now. The team is comprised of a founder who is a neurologist from Johns Hopkins, myself, and our chief scientific officer. As I said before, we've all worked together before. Combined, we have about 35 years of pain experience and a little over 100 years of healthcare experience. Most notably, we've had big exits. So the three of us worked together on a project called Bonti that was acquired in 2018 for a couple $100 million. And I worked on a company called iFlow, which was acquired by Kimberly Clark for a little over $300 million. We also have put together a scientific advisory board of world-renowned and nationally renowned physicians, two of whom wrote textbooks on migraine headaches, one of whom is an orthopedic surgeon who is local to us here in Southern California, and a third of whom is a primary care sports medicine physician who will help us a lot on the migraine side. In terms of funding, we have raised $450,000 to date. We are seeking $3 million in capital in a seed round through the SPV that Izzy has set up. You can see the use of funds on the right-hand side, and almost 2/3 of the money will go into finishing the development of the SoCool Smart Migraine Relief Cap and manufacturing and distribution. Interestingly, we have attracted an elite advanced engineering and industrial design firm that we have chosen to develop the cap to get to our manufacturing prototypes and our manufacturing units. They will definitely de-risk our development because of their depth of experience in this space. And they feel so strongly about us that they're actually going to invest in our seed round as well as becoming our development partner. Our vision is pretty straightforward, and that is to develop proprietary pain relief, get people back to their lives faster, and ultimately be a leader in science-based cold therapy health tech. We believe that we can do that with the capabilities that we have, and just need the funding to be able to proceed forward from here. So I guess I would leave you with, we actually didn't invent cold therapy. That's not our claim to fame. We just figured out a way to innovate it to make it a whole lot better.
You sure did, in so much that you have a manufacturing partner that said, you know what, a good chunk of what we normally charge people, and they don't do this every day, and I don't know if we're able to disclose this publicly, but a significant manufacturing partner said, we're going to take a chunk of that and invest it in your company. So are you able to speak to that publicly, Orlando?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit here. So it's actually not a manufacturing partner; it's a development partner. But
Yeah.
they have agreed that they will invest. I prefer not to say the amount right now, but we will, under an NDA, obviously reveal that to anybody that's interested. But they have agreed that they're going to invest basically their profits from the work that we're going to do together. So they will charge us basically what they have to in order to develop the product and no more, and invest the balance in this seed round. So and we have a letter of intent in hand, so we have that in writing. That's not a verbal commitment. And there's not a, Izzy, it's funny, there's not a week that goes by, you're gonna love this, that they don't bug me about where's our funding, because we want to get started.
That's a really great point. I love that. And what I want to talk about as well is something that is becoming more and more in the spotlight are concussions, right? You know that my kids have dealt with them. There's something else in the concussion field, and I'll get to why I'm talking about this in just a moment. But there's something called SIS, S-I-S. It's called secondary impact syndrome. What does this mean? Oftentimes concussions are misdiagnosed on the field when they would say, oh, you're fine, you got your bell rung, right? Years ago, when I played football and wrestled and played lacrosse in the 80s, you get your bell rung, the coach didn't take you off the field. It's like, you're right, you good? They even gave you smelling salts if you were knocked out. Right. You remember that, Orlando?
Yep.
So, and they get you back on the field. We're now learning about these traumatic effects later on when people have unfortunate circumstances, like being misdiagnosed with saying that you don't have a concussion and then having a secondary concussion. That incident has a 50% mortality rate. Why am I saying this? Okay. Years ago, we didn't have AEDs on the field. Okay. If you're familiar with AEDs at all, those are the automated external defibrillators, right? So these are the things that you're now seeing in schools. You see them at sporting events, things of that nature. I just really believe, based on what we're seeing with the studies from concussions and everything else, not having, when this comes to market, something like this on the sideline, on a paramedic truck, an ambulance or whatever, just as a preventative measure, where someone could get into a car accident, right? And they seem to be doing okay, but what's going on? Their brain is swelling and they don't even know it. And then all of a sudden they lose consciousness. What the heck is going on? And now they're losing this patient. What I think is going to become a standard protocol is when someone gets their bell rung on the football field and they're stumbled on or whatever,
put a cap on them.
Immediately put it on. Right? Someone gets into a car accident where they see that their head hit the windshield or hit the steering wheel or whatever. I mean, even the airbag, the airbag can cause a concussion. Okay. So just knowing that this hit immediately, the protocol, boom, put that on there. I just really believe in investors that are listening right now, or will be listening to the recording, you have a unique opportunity with a small window that will allow you to capitalize this company where the valuation is now, because I believe it's going to skyrocket. Because in my opinion, just like it would be irresponsible to gather a bunch of people at a sporting event without an AED, PSO, by the way, it was only in I think 1999 or 2000 where Florida was the first state that passed a law to have that. Okay. So you think about what's going to happen in the future, 3, 5, 10 years from now, from a little investment in this company. Okay. There's just no doubt in my mind, people are going to start saying, why in the world are we putting our youth or even professional athletes at risk, any life at risk, when we can bring down the temperature, the core temperature of the brain? Because with sudden impact syndrome, that's what happens is the brain, it's sort of like a computer, is what my specialist, my neurologist for my son said, he wasn't taking this seriously. He wanted to go skiing. And he said, dude, you kidding me right now? You hit your head again. Do you realize how dangerous that is? You could die. You can die from that because your brain is like a computer and it resets and it goes, oh, I know I'm supposed to be cooling things down. And well, now it's over, it's swelling, and people's lives are at stake without having something like this in the market. So I'm so proud to be a part of this, Orlando. I think we're going to see huge, remarkable results. Investors, pay close attention to this. I'd love to dialogue with you privately on what they're doing specifically with this channel partner of theirs on the development side. So excited to be able to fund this company. So great job, Orlando. Super
Thanks.
proud of it.
Thanks, Izzy. We appreciate
Give
it.
him a round of applause. Excellent job. Okay. Well, that's our wrap up for our showcase today, everybody. And as you can see, these are remarkable companies. And when you've got money sitting on the sideline as an early stage VC with a few $1,000,000 where you can select some of these companies and put some early stage tranches into there, the results, in my opinion, are going to be nothing less than absolutely staggering. You've got remarkable companies here. And what I love doing is identifying these companies, doing our due diligence, and then heightening their visibility. Because a lot of times in the private side of the market, you just don't get an opportunity to see them. So that's going to be happening when they get capitalized as well. What I want you to be thinking about are the go-to-market strategies and what we're going to be doing to ensure that the world knows about them. So you got to ask yourself a question. If you have a great company where the world doesn't know about them right now, and then all of a sudden they do, maybe a year later, what do you think is going to happen to the valuation? What do you think is going to happen to the price of the offering? What do you think is going to happen to your investment if you got started? It's likely going to go significantly higher. So these are things to be considering as, and I'll share my screen here a second because I find this borderline comical, okay? Let me just share my screen and I'll explain why. Everyone has been reeling from the stock markets in so much that this is the headline right now on my CNBC feed. Breaking news, stocks close higher Friday. 28 points is where the Dow was higher. Okay, this is an exciting day today. We're in the green, up just under 30 points, okay? NASDAQ, yes, up 109. Why, in my opinion? Because there were tech sell-offs. You got a lot of people covering shorts when they were shorting technology stocks. Don't be fooled, guys. In my opinion, this isn't breaking news. This is just to tell you that people are saying, maybe you should look at the stock market again because we need trades. There are people that influence this, all right? So keep that all in mind where you invest in a company like Aya Biosciences, and God forbid there's some geopolitical event or any of our other client companies that you make an investment in. Just because something like that happens and somebody that's got their finger on the trigger to try and blow up the world, if they're threatening that, that doesn't mean you're going to lose value in Aya Biosciences. People are still going to need to deal with migraines, concussions, and everything else. So my point is, with the companies that we're showcasing here, you have a very small window of opportunity. I'm talking Q1 likely, because we're looking to capitalize all these companies. We're talking to a lot of people. I'm excited to do it, and I'm super proud of each and every one of you. So if you wouldn't mind terribly unmuting, giving Dan some thanks. I've been on some very difficult investor calls before where he checks them, puts them into place and says, listen, man, you're looking at this the wrong way. Let's flip the telescope the other way and look at all the money that this company can make in all these areas. You're right. Maybe we fail in this area, but look at all these other areas that we're going to be hitting as well. And he haircuts them all and he puts that model together. So when there's valuation, it has a model that backs it up, not just some pie in the sky saying, yeah, we're worth 10 million, 20 million, whatever it is. So if you've been impacted by Dan Matthews, would you show some love in the chat? Would you open up your screen? Would you tell him thank you personally? Whatever it is, but I'm so grateful for what he does and super excited to see your companies get capitalized because of the work that he did on the financials. So take a moment there to thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan, for all that you do. Appreciate that. You guys can all unmute and tell him that as well. I like to do that publicly because Dan is
Thanks, Dan.
He's good at what he does.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. And to each and every one of you, thank you for the courage. Thank you for everything that you've done, even when you had the butterflies in your stomach, to go ahead and present. I'll tell you what, even for Jason Dees, where he was on there and he was stuck at that golf event and he's trying to make sales over there and doing everything and still gets in the car and shows up. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for doing what you do, because you are what drives this great American economy that we have. And your companies can be explosive, and I'm super proud to be a part of it. So thanks so much for all that you do, guys. This is it for us. We're going to be signing off. We will see you on the next one, where it looks like, if we punt to February, that date is likely going to be
24th.
February 24th. February 24th. So put that on your calendars. We'll be showcasing you guys again and others. As you can see, some of these folks that you've seen before have been able to get capitalized, and they haven't even showcased again. I know they're working hard with some of the monies that they have been able to get. So that's exciting news and details there. Shout out to Booking Lane recently getting some big money there. So excited for each and every one of you. You just got to be in the grind. No matter what anybody tells you, don't let people poo-poo your dreams. Don't let people be negative Nellies for your dreams and tell you, oh, this is a terrible year to raise capital. It's not easy any year. Okay. There's all these excuse-itis is what I call it. People with excuse-itis that will say, well, I don't want to raise capital right now because it's not a really good time. And then, well, when the market is great and they try and raise capital, then it's like people didn't know about them before, right? So you always got to be out there looking to raise capital. So do what you guys do best, and that's showcasing your company, and we're here to support you. So we'll see you on the next one, February 24th. I'm looking forward to it, excited for it. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we will talk to you soon. Make sure you connect online with one another as well, for sure.
Thank you, Izzy. Thank you, Dan.
Absolutely, my pleasure.